Before we begin, here are a couple of things to remember during the conference. First, we encourage everyone to participate as much as possible. However, to reduce the distractions and background noise, we do ask that you remain muted when you're not talking or asking questions. So as always, feel free to share stories from the conference on social media platforms such as Instagram, and remember to tag us at PTC Ottawa.
Our mission here at PTC is to provide accessible opportunities for students like you to learn about the field of technology. We hope that through our events, such as conferences like these, that each of you are able to gain a new understanding on specific topics in the field. PTC is a student-run nonprofit organization that our team consists of students from high school and university, just like you. These events would not be possible without them, so why don't we give a round of virtual applause to our wonderful team.
Over the next few hours, we hope that everyone here will be able to learn various new skills and gain a more profound understanding about the field of artificial intelligence. Just a quick reminder that we encourage everyone to turn on their cameras as well as ask questions in the chat or verbally during the allotted time. We want to keep this conference as interactive as possible, so feel free to actively participate when the time comes.
Now we'll be moving on to our first section of our conference, which is the keynote speakers. Each speaker session will be followed by a 30-minute Q&A, so make sure to send all your questions into the chat that can be answered after the session. If you're uncomfortable with that, please send us a private message as well.
Without further ado, I would like to introduce our first speaker, Mr. Nitendra Rajput. Nitendra works as the Vice President and Head of AI Garage in MasterCard, and he has over 20 years of experience in the area of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and mobile interactions. He has authored over 100 publications at top international ACM and IEE venues, owing to which he has been recognized as an ACM Distinguished Scientist, ACM Distinguished Speaker, and a Senior IEE member. He has delivered several tutorials and conducted workshops in AI and speech areas at top ACM venues. Let us welcome Mr. Nitendra Rajput.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here. And I hope it will be a good use of your time, and I'm excited to see how it goes. So I'm going to talk for the next hour or so, but that's what it is what you expect. But in reality, you are going to be answering a lot of questions, because I'm told that the last 20 minutes is for you to ask the questions to me. So I'll take the revenge in the first part, where I'm going to ask a lot of questions to you all. So just be ready and prepared. But I would like to first of all actually thank all the organizers of PTC, wonderful people here at this age. It's very inspiring the way you all are conducting this whole conference. So Joseph, Jamie, Lawrence, Rohan, Sarah, Shreya, and of course Kim, who's the one who found me to come to this event. So I'm really thankful, and I'm really impressed by what you guys are doing out here. So let me share my screen. I have a few slides to share. And as I said, I would want, for this to be very useful, I would want it to be very interactive. And as was mentioned in the introduction, this interaction can come mostly in the form of you providing your answers in chat. All right, so I hope my slides are visible. And what I'm going to talk about is artificial intelligence, and the subheading is how AI is mimicking our brain and helping us understand it. And before I move to the next slide, my first question comes to you all, which you can answer in chat. What do you think when I say understand it? What does this it stands for? Any thoughts? Okay, so John says the brain, which is actually right. Everyone is answering it, the brain. Wonderful. So at least the title is not as misleading in some sense. So you are right. Now if you look at this title again, we are trying to figure out, using AI, how can we understand our brain itself? And that will be first part of my talk. In some sense, it is going to be the agenda for the talk. You know this painting on the right hand side? It's called as the Drawing Hands. It's by a very famous painter called Ishar. And what it shows is that there is this um, concept introduced in this painting, which is a paradox that is the left hand drawing the right one, or is the right hand drawing the left one? Is the hand being drawn, or is the hand drawing? And it is actually a part of this book, if you can see, it's called as Godel Isher Back. Now, I don't recommend you to read this because it's like what, 730 pages. So at this age, when you are in school, you have lots of studies, maybe not the right time to read. But you know what this book talks about? Godel, who is a mathematician, Isher, who is this painter, and Bach, as you all know, is a musician. And what it says is that how these different areas of music, math, and art are related from some perspectives. Anyway, let me not get into that book, but the reason I wanted you to look at this painting is that you won't understand how this talk will go on, because you will never figure out whether I am telling you something or you are proving something to yourselves. Then most likely you are going to get excited by what you found out about yourself, and then you will figure out that now that you know something more about yourself, how can you apply that in your life, in your work, and so on. So that's the, in some sense, the agenda of this talk. All right, so moving forward, I'm not done with my questions, I've just gotten started. I would want you to have a look at this image. All right, have a good look at this image, and then I'll ask something later on. And be good students, don't answer till I ask a question, okay? Be quiet. And the second thing is this, have a look at this. All right, you've done both. So now on chat, I want answers on what you saw in the first screen when I said. I've shown you two things. So the first one, what did you see there? Okay, I'm getting a lot of answers. Angry woman, woman shouting, picture of a woman, person, mom. That's a good one. Angry woman. All right, perfect. Now, tell me what's the answer to the second one. Or if you did not, okay, let me do this. If you did not solve the second one, just be honest and say no. Just type no if you did not solve. I need the answer to that. I mean, did you actually solve that 17 multiplied by 24? If you did not solve what is 17 multiplied by 24, just type no in the chat box. Okay. Most people are saying no. All right, now without looking at the chat, I want you to be very honest and nice students. Please solve it and put an answer once you've solved it. Don't look at the chat. Some answer is posted there, maybe it is wrong. So I want you to solve it first and then we'll move forward. Everyone needs to solve. Everyone needs to put it in chat. Only then I'll move forward. Okay, so I see that there are 22 participants. So I need to see 22 answers out there. If you've forgotten what it was, I can show in the screen. It is 17 by 24. I have 11 answers. And I have all the time in the world. I'll wait for all 22 to come. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we are almost there. I will move forward. All right, now I want all of you to go back to the chat and see the timestamps of when these questions were answered. So in the first one, when I asked the question, if you just scroll up, all of you answered angry woman at almost 7:36. Yeah. And then the second one, when I asked at 7:37, some of you started answering at 7:37, and then it went on until 7:38 and so on. And then I had to really push you all. Some of you didn't even, so most of you, let me tell you, and you can type in chat if I'm wrong. Most of you had not done this calculation when I put this number 17 multiplied by 24. You would have only done that calculation when I asked you to do it, when I asked you to post on chat. Otherwise, you would have not done the calculation, right? So now, why did this happen? There's nothing wrong, guys. I know you can do 17 multiplied by 24, but I'm just trying to see how our brain works. So what happens is, and there's nothing wrong, as I said, there is this whole book written on this concept. Where is this now? Can you see? Yeah. Thinking fast and slow. What this book says is that there are two distinct parts in our brain. One part of the brain does these kind of things, which as soon as you look at an image, it automatically, without me having to put a gun on your face, it automatically starts working and it automatically figures out it's an angry woman, my mom, or a person, and all that type of stuff. On the other hand, the second part of the brain is slow. The part of the brain that does these logical calculations like 17 multiplied by 24 and so on, it is inherently slow. And it is not this book that is saying that, it is what you all proved to yourself. So that's the first learning I would want you to now note down, that your brain, you just proved that has two different parts. One works automatically and is very fast. The second part is extremely slow. All right. Now, let us go deeper and see how these two parts of the brain work. It's even more fascinating. For which I'm going to show you a video. And let's see, how do we do this in online setting? So this video, I want people whose first name starts from A until, let's say, M. A to M. If your first name starts with those letters, just watch the video, chill out. It's a weekend. Just watch the video and do nothing. But if your first name starts with N to Z, and I'm sorry for you guys, you need to watch this video and follow the instructions. The instructions will say that you are supposed to count the number of passes. So there are people who are throwing balls from one person to the other person. You are supposed to count the number of passes one person is giving to the other in a white t-shirt or whatever. You will hear this sound hopefully. So A to M, enjoy, do not do anything what the video says, just relax and watch the video. N to Z, I want this answer from you at the end of the chat and number of passes. All right, let's go and watch this.
The monkey business illusion. Count how many times the players wearing white pass the ball.
All right, so people from M to Z, who were the hardworking people, you need to put your answer in chat. How many passes did you see? 16 says Rohan. others. It's like everyone is enjoying the weekend, huh? Okay, 15 says Shreya. I only want the answers to the question that I'm asking. All right, so the question that I next ask you guys, which unfortunately one person already answered, did any one of you observe, did any one of you not observe a gorilla? So if you did not observe a gorilla in this video, just type yes in the chat box. If you did not observe a gorilla. Okay, at least there is one person. Okay, two. So there are a few people who did not observe the gorilla. So now let us see this video again, and then everyone is now relaxed mode. You just see the video and then we'll talk about it again, right?
The correct answer is 16 passes.
So Rohan got it right.
Did you spot the gorilla? For people who haven't seen or heard about a video like this before, about half missed the gorilla. If you knew about the gorilla, you probably saw it. But did you notice the curtain changing color or the player on the black team leaving the game? Let's rewind and watch it again. Here comes the gorilla, and there goes a player, and the curtain is changing from red to gold. When you're looking for a gorilla, you often miss other unexpected events.
All right. So anyone in this audience who was able to see the gorilla, see the curtain change, and see the person leaving? All three of them? Most likely no, right? So, you know what, this is, one person only saw the gorilla, some did not, and so on. You know, there's this very nice book called The Invisible Gorilla. This is not such a thick book, though. And it is based on these things, and this video is actually used in many instances. You know, these eyewitnesses which go to the court of law and then they say that I saw this guy shooting that person and so on. Now just see how a human brain misses things. If we are focusing on one thing, we will miss the other thing. So how much can you actually believe in eyewitnesses? The gorilla was right there in front at the center, beating his chest, and some of us actually missed it. So what this video kind of explains is that just don't go blindly believing in the eyewitnesses and so on and so forth. But coming back to the point that I was earlier saying, we are here to understand the brain. And in the first example you saw, and you proved to yourself that one part of your brain works very fast, the other part of the brain works slow. The second example, you prove to yourself that when one part works, the second one usually does not work. Which means when I'm counting with my brain, the number of passes, which Rohan answered correctly as 16, for which unfortunately I don't have a prize because that was not the main point of the video. But when you are counting, you miss watching the gorilla. Mostly this is what happens. So when one part, the logical part of the brain works, the other part usually does not work. That's the second learning that hopefully now you have of your own brain. If that is the case, and the reason why this is so important is because the scientists who identified that there are these two parts in our brain and how they work, they got this Nobel Prize, and the Nobel Prize citation reads as follows, what you see at the bottom. It says they got this prize for having integrated insights from psychological research into economic science, especially concerning human judgments and decision making under uncertainty. So when you are uncertain, It is usually the other part of the brain that works. So now, to summarize until now, what you have proven to yourself without me doing anything is that there are two parts in our brain. One part does these kinds, like looking at a gorilla, looking at an image, and so on. And let's see how it works. It works effortlessly. Without me asking, you could figure out that, yeah, it is this person, and so on and so forth. It is probabilistic, which means that if you scroll back to the chat where people were answering what this image is, some person said angry woman, some person said woman shouting, some person said picture of a woman, some person said person, some said mom. I love that answer, by the way. So all of these are different answers, which means it is this part of the brain is probabilistic in nature. And if I ask you, how did you come at this conclusion that it is an angry woman or a shouting person and so on? Did you go through a set of steps? That did you measure the eyes or perhaps the face, length of the lips open and all that? If I ask you, how did you arrive at that? You won't be able to answer it. You did not go through a set of steps to do those calculations and get that decision. You have perhaps seen too many images of this kind of a person so that you can say it's a man or a woman, it's happy or angry, and so on and so forth. So it is data driven. You have seen too many such data points, and that helps you come at a decision that it is this. On the other hand, the other part of the brain, which does these multiplications of counts and so on, you proved it that it is lazy because you did not do that calculation. And you again proved it that it is deterministic. All the answers I see there are 408. On the other hand, earlier it was mom, angry woman, and all that type of stuff. So the other part of the brain gives a deterministic answer. If I ask you how you arrived at that particular decision, you will have a sequence of steps to tell me that this is how you arrived by first multiplying 7 by 4 and so on, whatever is your mechanism to do that. So this is how the two parts of the brain work actually. And the other thing is that the system one part of the brain is very spontaneous. I deliberately played some music from my phone, and without me having to ask you anything, your brain would have started to do calculations. Is he getting a phone call from somewhere? Why did he not switch off his phone when he's giving a talk? Do I know this music? You would have actually been able to see, oh, there is guitar in this, there is that male voice. How many recognize that it was a male voice in this audio, in the sound that I was playing? Right? So this lot of you did a lot of calculations without me having to ask you any of that stuff. So this system, one part of the brain is spontaneous. It starts working automatically. As you just prove yourself, you started to analyze all this audio that is coming from my phone and so on and so forth. On the other hand, system two part of the brain needs a trigger. I had to stop this talk and I had to say, I'll wait forever till you give me an answer of 17 multiplied by 24. And only then you answered, and I fear and I suspect that some of you would have actually used a calculator rather than doing it yourself because it is very lazy, that part of the brain. Now imagine, why is this important in our lives? Realize that whenever you face a particular question or a problem, one part of the brain is lazy, so it won't take a decision, it won't work. The other part of the brain automatically starts working, which means, and the reason I have these two photos is that we think, I hope there are no Adam Sandler fans, but generally Adam Sandler is like, yeah, okay, kind of a star in a particular movie and all that, but the real star, real hero is actually Pierce Brosnan or whosoever is your favorite hero, right? Similarly, in our lives, the hero part of the brain is actually system one, because it is very fast, it can do calculations very quickly, it can arrive at a decision and so on. So whenever you make important, uncertain decisions in your life, it is this system one part of the brain that is working, not the system two part. All of us think that we are very logical people. We make very rational decisions, which is we do decisions in a step-by-step manner and so on and so forth. That is not true. You have proven yourself that most of the decisions that we take are by system one part of the brain, especially decisions that are uncertain in nature. Now think of an uncertain decision in your lives. A decision to join your next school, college. It is an uncertain decision because not with 100% certainty you cannot say that this is the right college for me. You cannot say that this is the right discipline or degree for me, because you won't know. Maybe the other one would have been better. It's not as deterministic as 17 multiplied by 24. So when you make these decisions, even other decisions like choosing your life partner, do you go through a set of steps to do that? Not really. So all the major decisions in our lives are actually driven by system one part of the brain. Businesses, the way they run, for me to acquire a particular company, is it deterministic? Not really. Maybe I will put investment in a company, acquire it, and it will not work. For me to hire a person, is it deterministic like 17 multiplied by 24? Not really. I hire some people who do very well. I hire some people who don't do as well as either. So these are, in some sense, non-uncertain decisions. Decision to buy a car, decision to buy a house, all the big decisions that people take are mostly under uncertainty. And in uncertainty, usually it is the system one part of the brain that is working. All right, so now you have proven these things to yourself. What have I been saying so far? Wasn't the talk supposed to be on AI? So what AI is doing is that AI is trying to replicate the system one part of the brain. And now you can see what is AI very easily. AI is data driven. It learns from a large amount of data. Just see, system one part of the brain learns from data. AI is probabilistic. When you speak to Amazon Alexa, at times it may understand your voice, at times it may not, because it is probabilistic. Effortless, it doesn't make as much of a difference because we are talking about machines. But now you see that earlier when computers were made, when none of you were born, but people like me were still there, computers were trying to replace the system two part of the brain, which means do these calculations in a bank. If you have deposited $100, rate of interest is 4%. At the end of the year, you are going to get $104. So all of that was being done. Now we are trying to replicate system one part of the brain using AI, which is taking these decisions based on data, based on to give you a decision on those undeterministic and uncertain scenarios. So therefore, AI is being used by doctors, by lawyers, by people who make decisions on which company to buy or sell and so on and so forth. And you realize who is paid more in the industry. Is a doctor paid more, or is a cashier at a bank who does these mathematical calculations, $100, 4% interest, what's the amount? Obviously, doctors are paid more. The lawyers are paid more. So when you are building an algorithm that can replicate the brain of a doctor or a lawyer, that is what brings the power of AI. And that is why you see all the companies, IT companies, companies like IBM, Microsoft, who had been there for hundreds of years, building these dumb computers. Now all of them are working on AI because they had replicated that low salary people of cashiers and so on. Now they are trying to replicate the doctors and the lawyers and so on, which is a bigger salary bracket and therefore a larger opportunity to make money and business out of. So that is actually artificial intelligence, trying to replicate how system one part of the brain works. All right, let's move on now. And what I want to now look at is the sheets. Don't they all look the same, more or less? It's always very hard to identify one sheep from the other. And this is what happens. Okay, this is not a question. I'm not asking you to differentiate one sheep from the other. But AI is not like a set of, or just like one thing. The way each of these sheeps are different. Similarly, now that we know AI is trying to replicate that part of the brain, so that part of the brain is also very different. The way each sheep is very different. Let's get into deeper aspects of our brain. This is what is called as a brain map. So inside our brain, there are different parts in the brain that are responsible for different functions. So when I move my fingers, there is a part in the brain right there which you see that is actually getting activated. When I speak, so my lips are moving, my tongue is moving. So the other part of the brain at the bottom left is the one that gets activated. You know, very interestingly, now I would ask a question. What do you think happens when, let's say, that body part does not exist? So let's say this arm does not exist, but there is a part in the brain which is responsible to make the arm move. What would that part of the brain do? Any thoughts? Let me ask a simpler question. Let us say that you go to school, remember the physical school days, when you used to sit next to other people and so on. I hope those days are going to come back, and maybe they are already back in Canada. Do you have you guys started to like go back to the physical schools yet or not really? Okay, anyway, irrespective of that, when you used to do that, let us say that there is a person who used to sit next to you, but that person has not been coming for the last 1 month or so. So what do? Slowly, maybe you'll start putting some stuff in there. You would start to keep your bag there and all that type of stuff. And that is exactly what our brain does. If this arm does not exist, then that part of the brain gets used by some other part. You know, why is it interesting? There's this famous book again, which is called as Phantoms in the Brain. This is by a professor V.S. Ramachandran. What he figured out was a very difficult problem. So there is something called as phantom hand or something like that, phantom limb. So if let's say this arm does not exist, but I feel itching in the arm out here. Now I cannot itch because it does not exist. Why do I feel itching? Because that part of the brain is giving some sensation that it needs to be itched, but it does not exist. And it was a major problem. I mean, you feel that itching is just simple, but it's very irritating for people who cannot solve it. So you know what people used to do was that, okay, that this arm does not exist, maybe it is cut from here. So they think that maybe some nerves have kind of are giving wrong signals, so they will cut the arm again from here. It won't help solve the problem, they'll cut it again from here and so on. Very painful things they used to do. What V.S. Ramachandran realized is that if this arm is itching and it does not exist, then maybe what you should do is you can itch your cheek or your face. You know why? Because see this brain map, the head is actually next to the face. So the head, as actually John says, that it merges with something else. Yes. So the head part of the brain starts to use the part of the brain which is currently empty, which is the hand part of the brain. And so whenever I feel itching in my hand, I will itch my face and that itching goes away. Sometimes people used to feel that this arm is twisted, is completely twisted. How do you untwist it? So what he did was he created a mirror and made your left hand untwist. So the signal will, and you would have a mirror. So the eyes would be seeing this as if this hand is also untwisted, and that problem got solved rather than having to amputate that arm again and again. So the reason I wanted to mention this was that every part of the brain works very differently. And in AI, if you are trying to replicate the brain, therefore there are a large number of algorithms within AI which replicate different parts of the brain. Not one algorithm can solve everything. The part of the brain that sees things with eyes is called as the visual cortex. There is an algorithm which is used to AI algorithm which is used to look at images and understand it, called as CNN, if some of you have heard, convolutional neural networks. That algorithm works the way our visual cortex works. There's a different part of the brain that helps you understand things when I say them, or which is understanding language and speaking language. That part of the brain is called Wernicke area. There is an AI algorithm which is called as LSTM, long short-term memory, which tries to understand that speech type of a thing, which is derived on how this Wernicke area works. So every AI algorithm is very different from every other, because every AI algorithm is trying to replicate how every part of the brain works. And therefore, you have so many AI algorithms which people use in business and in solving real world problems. So the next takeaway that we have is that we saw that there are two parts of the brain, the lazy one and the spontaneous one. AI is all about replicating the spontaneous part of the brain. The spontaneous part of the brain itself constitutes of very different parts. Each one of them lead to a AI algorithm. So AI is such a fascinating field that it uses people called as neuroscientists who understand the brain and all that type of stuff, the medical people and so on. Then once they understand it, it goes to the computer scientists who build these algorithms that we talked about. They are the computer science people. And then it goes to the application engineers who, using these algorithms, actually make the Alexas of the world or the Google search engine and so on and so forth. So it's a very different area wherein people are using expertise from completely different areas, from medical to eventually software developers, and all of them are involved in taking this AI journey forward. All right, so now we have seen that AI is used to make decisions, especially uncertain decisions. And the challenge with decisions is that they are not black and white, for which I am going to use this illustration, which is called as a trolley problem, which has a video, and I'm going to ask you a few questions as we go through this video. So let's watch this video and we'll come back to AI again.
A runaway train is heading towards 5 workers on a railway line. There's no way of warning them, but you're standing near a lever that operates some points. Switch the points, and the train goes down a spur. Trouble is, there's another worker on that bit of track too, but it's 1 fatality instead of 5. Should you do that?
So how many of you will want to do that? Switch the lever so that you save 5 lives by giving 1 life away. John says yes. Naveen says yes. Okay. Let's continue this and see. Most people are saying yes. Now let's watch the second part of the video. Oops, sorry, I messed up.
There's another worker on that bit of track too, but it's one fatality instead of 5. Should you do that? Many people think the right thing to do would be to switch the points, to sacrifice 1 to save 5, since that produces the best outcome possible. Now imagine the train heading for the workers again. This time it can only be stopped by pushing a very large man off a bridge. His great bulk would stop the train, but he'd die. Should you do that? Most people say no.
Yeah, so I need to know, would you actually push that large fat man so that you still save 5 lives, but sacrifice 1? Okay, so now the answers are changing, right? Probably not, no, why should I kill that person? So let's keep watching the video. I like that you're answering out there.
But why not? Both thought experiments are cases of sacrificing 1 to save 5. What the trolley problem examines is whether moral decisions are simply about outcomes or about the manner in which you achieve them. Some utilitarians argue that the two cases are not importantly different from each other. Both have similar consequences, and consequences are all that really matter. In each case, 1 person dies and 5 are saved, the best option in each harrowing situation. But lots of people say they would switch the points, but they wouldn't push the man off the bridge. Are they simply inconsistent, or are they onto something?
Now, in the context of AI, the reason I wanted to all of us to see this video is to realize that we are talking about AI making decisions, and decisions are not as plainly easy as we think, given this particular example. Let us see how an AI algorithm makes similar such decisions. Let us say you are the one who is actually making an algorithm for a self-driving car. All right. Now, if in case there is this situation wherein you have on the road a 7-year-old child and a 70-year-old person, 7-year-old child on one side, 70-year-old person on the other side, and this car will be able to save only one of them, and you have to run over the other person. What would your answer be? Who would you save? Usually, we are not asked this question when we are driving ourselves, because whatever happens in that instinct, in that moment of time, we do that. But here, when you are building the self-driving car, you can spend time not to do things in the instinct, but you can decide, you can discuss with your friends, uh, and you can be very calm, and then based on that decide. But is there an answer to this? So decisions that, and this is happening right now, right? People are making those self-driving cars. So when AI engineers are building algorithms that are making such significant life-changing decisions, they also need to know what is right or wrong. It turns out, and this debate is still out there, it turns out some societies, and there is no right and wrong in this, some societies say that it is better to save the 7-year-old child because that 7-year-old child has enough to give to humanity in that person's upcoming years. On the other hand, other societies say that it is better to save the 70-year-old person because the 70-year-old person has encompassed a lot of knowledge which it can pass to the other societies. Again, nothing right or wrong, but the question from an AI perspective is that now AI is asking this question to the legal law enforcement agencies and so on. And that question is being asked to all of us, which we never asked ourselves. So there are two parts to this. One is that when AI is making significantly large and important decisions, it needs to make sure that those decisions are unbiased, they are fair, and so on and so forth. Simple decisions related to what product to buy on Amazon. If you bought X, then it will recommend other things also. Okay, fine. If you make an error, it's not a big deal. But AI algorithms are used to identify, do lie detector tests so that you can actually identify who is a criminal, look at videos, and then based on who is walking in low light, figure out whether this is the same person or is this a convict or not. Really big decisions. Healthcare, looking at your CT scans and so on and trying to figure out whether it's disease A versus disease B. Really big decisions, right? So when those big decisions have to be made, it says, right, that with power comes responsibility. So if you want to be responsible, then you need to be able to make sure that you are making the right decisions. That is part one. Part two is that AI itself is asking, like you would ask as a self-driving car programmer, society, tell me what is right and wrong, and then I'll put in the algorithm. And the society is like, oh, I don't know what is right and wrong. So therefore, it's a very intriguing area where the society itself is now trying to figure out the legalities of living in a culture which it had been living for many years, because now we can encode them in algorithms. So that's where AI is perhaps taking us there. Finally, I would want to actually, some of the people who are not as interested in this talk, I would want you to say, why should I worry about AI? Is there a way that I can just stay away from it and not worry about it? Now, it turns out that obviously people who are in the midst of things, let's say technical people, a lot of this population, I hope, is very technical in nature. They build softwares and so on. So I'm sure they definitely need to know about AI because they need to know how these algorithms work. Most of the solutions these days use AI, so they should know that. Hardware, if you want to get into the hardware space, your standard computers, which used to have CPUs, more and more they are going to have GPUs because they can do these things like speech recognition. When you take a photo, it can automatically detect is it your friend and all that type of stuff. By looking at your phone, it is able to do a recognition that it is your face, so it unlocks and so on. So how do you build those kind of things, right? How do you test AI algorithms and so on is an important area. How do you design a new product? Because AI is such an important part of any new software solution that you need to know how AI works and so on. So all of these people should definitely worry about it. But even people who are far away from this technical domain, the people who are in, let's say, sales and marketing, if I am someone who's only interested in sales, who takes this book and makes a good pitch about how this book works and how is it useful, please buy this book. Even those people need to worry about AI because slowly more and more products will be AI driven. And the way I sell a book versus I sell an AI product is very different, because this book, no matter how you see it, how many times you see it, it will look exactly the same. An AI product, which is, let's say, an Alexa, if you speak to it in one accent, it will understand something. If you change it slightly, it will not understand at all. So how do you sell those things which will work very differently for very different people? So you have to change your sales pitch like that. Marketing people go to a website and show that, see, if I click this, then this screen appears. That won't happen in the AI world. If you click this, something else may appear because it is probabilistic. There is a probability of things happening. It may not happen all the time. So how do you market such products? It's a completely different ballgame. If you get into the domain of law, as I said, you are going to be faced with these ethical questions which AI is raising, which I talked about 7 years and 70 years. You as a lawmaker would need to know that these questions are coming and how do you formulate such regulations for an industry becomes a question. If you are in the healthcare domain, you are going to be challenged because AI algorithms can predict these things which you had not seen earlier. And therefore, you need to know how AI works, how you use that in your own solutions. So no matter how far are you from the technical domain, you need, it is a good idea to actually at least know some amount of how AI works and so on, because most likely, no matter what career you choose in the future, it will have certain flavor of AI associated with it. And those careers are going to change because of AI in the future. So I guess it's good to worry about AI. Finally, all I wanted to conclude is that going back to what our brain does, we talked about AI takes decisions, right? Whether to hire this person or not, whether to invest in this company or not, and so on. This last video is to see where AI is going in the future. And this is an algorithm, AI algorithm, trying to play an Atari game. And I hope all of you young guys definitely would know what Atari games are. These days, there are very fancy games that you guys play, which are so complex and so on. So in good old days, we used to play this game, but maybe you don't. But I'm sure you'll be able to understand this even then. So it's an AI algorithm which is trying to play this Atari breakout game. And you'll see what it is in a moment. And this algorithm does not know anything about what this game is and so on. It just knows the score. It's trying to optimize that. So by looking at this game for 10 minutes, the algorithm does this. So you're supposed to bring that bat so that the ball does not fall. You have to keep the ball bouncing so that you see the roof on top. That roof keeps breaking if the ball goes up. And your intent is to keep breaking the roof so that you get a lot of scores. And it looks like this AI algorithm is kind of dumb. But after 120 minutes of training, it plays like an expert. See, the ball is not moving. So the bat is able to now figure out where it needs to go. It's not a big deal, right? Because if you can have self-driving cars, you can have built some algorithm which can just move this bat. It looks pretty simple, right? So now it's able to make moves. But this is the fascinating thing. After 240 minutes of training, it is not only able to move that bat, but it's able to figure out, just keep watching on the top left. It is trying to make a tunnel on the left side. And once that tunnel is made, the ball keeps bouncing on top and you don't have to do anything. So it is able to figure out a strategy automatically so that in the long run, it doesn't have to just keep moving the bat. It needs to figure out that not only do I move the bat, but I should make the ball create that tunnel and then the ripple effect starts happening. This area of AI is called as reinforcement learning. And what it means is that it can help you identify long-term strategies. In your domain, what it means is that now AI will not only be able to say what is the next college that you need to go to, it will be able to say that if at the age of 35, your goal is to become a CEO of that particular company, then these are the 17 steps that you need to take. So AI can be used now to actually do long-term strategic planning rather than make these specific decisions that we have been talking about. That's where AI is in some sense headed. I keep saying finally, but this is definitely the final slide that I wanted to talk about. And so the takeaway from this 1 hour is that AI is all about replicating the brain. It is trying to understand how your brain works. And I hope more than what AI does, I hope you have a good sense of how your brain works, which we don't usually realize. It is not just one brain, It has two very specific components, and one of the components is what AI is trying to replicate. And it is not just one algorithm. Every part of the brain works very differently in there. Finally, decision making is not black and white. You don't know what is right or wrong always. And AI does not stop at decision making. It can do long term strategic planning as well. It's good that you guys are doing this conference, and it's good that you are spending this weekend on AI, because every human life will be affected in one way or the other by AI. So let me pause there, and that's the end of my formal talk. And I'm happy to have any discussions or see the kind of questions that came up in your mind.
Great. So thank you, Mr. Rajput, for the insightful presentation on how to better understand our brain and the applications of AI. So now, as he said, is the time for any questions about his work or this field in general. So feel free to send them into the chat, send them to us privately, and we'll make sure to ask your questions. So while everyone is formulating their questions, the first question that we wanted to ask was, what's the biggest challenge or problem that you're currently facing in your job or in the industry right now?
I think the biggest problem is around the legalities of AI, because AI, as I said, is getting very powerful. It is helping people make decisions, but it cannot explain how it makes decisions. The example that I gave, that when I asked you, how do you come to this conclusion that this is an angry woman, there is no specific answer. People who climb the Mount Everest, if you ask them, why do you climb the Mount Everest, there is no specific answer to that. It's just like, feels good and all that type of stuff. The legal teams, when we are making a decision, so let's say I'm part of this company called MasterCard. MasterCard is related to making a decision whether to allow this transaction to happen or not, because maybe it's a fraudulent transaction. Now, if I'm using AI to make that decision, I will not be able to give a very specific answer why this transaction is fraudulent. It's just that I feel it, because I'm replicating that part of the brain which deals with these kind of things like feelings and so on. It's not really feeling when you put it in a computer, but I hope you understand that part of the brain is not as explainable. So if you challenge me as company MasterCard, that why did you actually did not allow my transaction, and you call it a fraudulent transaction in the court of law, I will have to go as an AI engineer in the court of law and explain why. And it is not easy for me to do that, because these algorithms are not as explainable in nature. So when you make critical decisions, you can be questioned. And when you are questioned, you need to have answers, which right now what AI algorithms do not have. So I believe explainability, working with the legal domains and so on, you would have seen regulations being passed around GDPR, data privacy, and so on. So all of those are in the domain that you need to preserve users' data, you need to preserve their rights and so on. How does that affect the AI practitioners is perhaps the biggest challenge that we face for now.
Great, thank you, and for sure. So we had another question in the chat. You sort of touched on this already, but they asked, what do you do specifically in your job, if you're allowed to say it?
Sure, yeah, that's an interesting question. So we use AI to help all divisions of MasterCard make those what I call uncertain decisions. So we work with the HR team to figure out, is this resume good for this job or not? Should this candidate be hired for this job or not, by looking at their resume and so on. We work with, let's say, the finance team of MasterCard to predict the revenue of MasterCard for the next quarter or the next year. So that when MasterCard goes to the Wall Street and it says that I expect that our revenue is going to increase by X%, the AI algorithm kind of helps that particular make that decision. We predict for the technology team whether this server is going to fail in the next 4 hours, 1 hour, or not at all, and so on. So that if a server is going to fail, I'm going to route that transaction to some other server so that you as a user do not face that challenge. We predict there is a campaign called as priceless campaign. It helps a MasterCard holder to get tickets to the Wimbledon, to the UEFA Champions League, and so on. You should look at it. Now, who do we choose so that MasterCard brand increases, which means who is that person who is socially much more visible in the community, so that if I give that award to that person, the brand value increases or not. So all of these are, as you see, uncertain decisions and in different domains. And obviously MasterCard deals a lot with the transaction data. So that, yes, I did touch upon it. Is this transaction a fraudulent transaction or not? Is this sequence of transaction leading to a money laundering activity, which means there is this guy here who wants to fund some terrorist activities. So that guy will not directly transfer funds to the terrorist activities. They will just pass on to multiple other people and this goes through the network and eventually comes out here. So can you detect such transaction flows which should not happen to detect anti-money laundering kind of scenarios? Can you identify whether this card should be moved to the higher category or a lower category? Can you identify businesses or merchants which will go out of business so that you can preserve not giving credit to those and so on? So all those decisions, which as I continue to say are uncertain in nature, we use AI in my day-to-day job to build solutions there and then deploy them.
Thank you. And I think we got another question privately sent to us. You probably touched on this a little bit in your presentation, but how has the field/industry changed in the last 5 years, and where do you see it going in the next 5 years as well?
Sorry, can you repeat? How has what?
Sorry about that. How has the field/industry changed in the last 5 years, and where do you see it going in the next 5 years?
Okay, I see. So I think in the last 5 years, yeah. So let's remember that I think the earliest adoption of AI was mostly in the e-commerce industry. Recommender systems. Amazon could figure out that if you bought, people who bought this also bought that. And those things were completely unrelated, which means people who bought a diaper also bought a popcorn. Now a diaper has nothing to do with the popcorn. One is a food item, one is a sanitary item, right? So from a content point of view, they are not similar, but then they were able to build these AI algorithms which could figure out such hidden patterns, which are kind of not so obvious, but those hidden patterns come from the fact that usually people who have young kids who buy diapers, they have to take so much time to give care to their kids that they cannot cook food, and that's why they keep popcorn at home so that they can just have popcorn when they cannot cook. Anyway, so AI was used in building these kind of recommender systems so that you can buy something better. AI was also used a lot in advertisement in Google. So the advertisements that would come based on what you would search were driven by AI and so on, which is fine. It generated business, it generated more clicks and so on. Over the last 5 years, I think AI has actually shifted into making really important life critical decisions, is what I was saying earlier also, right? All the things around healthcare, law, education, the things that I was talking about, who to give loan, a mortgage to and who not to give and so on. These are really life critical things, who to give a job to and all that. So AI has moved from those toy type of applications to applications which are life critical, self-driving cars and so on. 5 years down the line, where do I see it? I think there's going to be an increase in terms of the adoption of these life critical decisions. Right now, there is some kind of apprehension whether AI will make the right decisions and whether the regulators have the right authority to say yes or no that those decisions are being made right or not. Once you have the regulation in place like we currently do, so if I actually I won't do that, but if I kill a person, there is a law which says that you'll have to spend 25 years in jail. Over a period of time, in the next 5 years, there will be regulations on the fact that if AI does something wrong, then who are responsible people behind it, and how does society protect against those kind of things. That's what is going to happen more and more in the next 5 years. Once that happens, the adoption in the day-to-day lives is going to increase because people know that they are protected against such dangers.
We had another question that was privately sent to us. How did you first get involved with AI?
It was a chance actually. So when I was doing my master's, I was working on, I'm a really old guy, sorry to say this, it was like what, 23, 25 years back or so. So I was working on some image project, which was on image compression, which means, and we didn't have that luxury what you guys have of gigabytes of storage everywhere on your mobiles, on your servers and so on. So taking images and reducing it to a smaller footprint so that it can be stored with lesser memory on a computer was perhaps a very important problem in those domains. And also to transfer those files from one to the other because the bandwidth was less and so on. So that involved some aspects of understanding images, how our brain looks at images and so on. And that's how I got into it. And then I started looking at, when I got into the job, I started to get into this area of speech recognition. So when you say something, how does Alexa of the world works? You have those smart speakers everywhere now, but this was like way back 20 years or so. So that time speech recognition was not such a developed technology. So that's how, since I had worked on images, when I got into a job, I had this problem of looking at similar signal like speech, and slowly things kind of started moving forward from there.
For sure. Thank you. So another question that we had pop up in the chat was, will it be problematic if we start relying on AI for most of our decisions? Since you said AI is expanding into a lot of fields.
Yeah. It is, I would ask you the question that I'm sure all of you guys use calculators. Now, is it problematic? Has it changed the way your math would have been versus what it is now if you are using a calculator or not? I think that's, that's the answer to that particular question. So what I think what happens is that some people rely too much on the calculators and therefore their math does get affected. But some people do not spend so much time on those simple calculations. So they save that time and focus on much more complex mathematics, which cannot be solved by calculators, and therefore they become much more efficient. Similarly, I think in the domain of AI, when we are looking at decisions, if there will be some people who will become perhaps lazy because everything AI will do for them, but some of them will be able to use it efficiently because they won't have to spend so much time on those useless things in some sense, but you take that time and use it to do something much more deeper and evolve humans at a larger level.
Great. So another question we wanted to ask you was, what do you enjoy most about what you do?
Yeah, so I think the most fascinating thing about AI is not AI for me. It is about how our brain works. We are learning more and more about how our brain works. Of course, there are people who are converting that into algorithms and applications and so on and so forth. But to me, the human evolution is the most important thing. You would have heard in these news items, there are debates that AI will take over the world and robots will rule human beings and so on and so forth. What we forget is that humans will also continue to evolve. All of us human beings have been evolving for ages, from the Stone Age to the Industrial Age to now the computer age. Humans have also been evolving along with the machines. And the reason is that the more we try and understand how to replicate machines that can understand about humans, in the process, as I said earlier, we understand how the brain works. If we understand how the brain works, we evolve. And that story is what is most fascinating to me. I would actually tell you guys that I talked about two parts of the brain. One is the one that does calculator type of thing, 17 multiplied by 24. The other one does that, looking at that image and trying to say whether it's a male or a female and so on types, right? There is actually a third part of the brain as well. You know, you've heard these terms like gut feel. I have this gut feel that this is going to happen. So 17 multiplied by 24, how it happens, you can explain still using some steps. Why this is a male versus a female, or this image is an angry person or not. Perhaps you can say, I understand because I've seen enough of those images and so on. From 17 multiplied by 24 to this image, your ability to answer why becomes difficult. When you go to a gut feel, your answer becomes even more difficult. I just have this sense that today is going to rain. Moms usually just have this sense that something wrong is happening to my kid, or my kid is not well, and she will call you one day. And the day she calls you, actually, you are actually not well. They have this sixth sense, as they say, right? That sixth sense, this gut feel. So that is an even more powerful part of the brain, which AI has not been able to look at. But now that we've gotten into how to understand the brain, people are trying to figure out how all of that thing also works. And it seems the reason why it is called as gut feel is that there is the same chemical that lies in our guts, which is in our brain, and they kind of have some kind of a relationship based on which the more better your gut is, the more your gut feel improves, and so on and so forth. So yeah, I mean, long answer to your short question, but I think what fascinates me is that how we understand more about us humans through this field of AI.
Thank you. So our next question is, what kind of obstacles have you run into during your research?
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I am a runner, and running looks simple because you can everyone knows how to run. But when you get into the specifics of those, that's when you realize how sophisticated running can be and how specific every step has to be, and so on and so forth. Your running improves by practicing daily. If you miss out a day, you can actually see how your performance reduces. Every day that you perform, you have to you have to run with the same pace. If you run very fast early, or if you run very slow and then try to increase, it doesn't help. It is like a habit. If you know how to wake up every day, it becomes easier. But if you wake up one day at 7 a.m., one day at 10 a.m., one day at 12 noon, one day at 4 a.m., it's very difficult. If you eat food at the same time, it becomes easier. Similarly, when you run every step at the same pace using the same energy, that's when you become a very efficient runner. I'm talking about this. But the main thing is that when you get into the specific of things, there are very small nuances which become challenging in your day-to-day lives. The challenges that I face in AI are very small and nuanced. But if we overcome those challenges, we can actually work on larger problems. Now, those challenges are not fancy. Thing that I need to take one step which has to be the same and all that is very um, boring and kind of repetitive type of a thing. But that is perhaps the most important challenge that we face in AI in my day-to-day work, which means the data has to be clean. The data does not have to have any noise. We have to do a lot of effort to get data from different sources, and it's kind of noisy. I'll give you an example that if you look at the list of merchants in the MasterCard ecosystem, when you go to that POS device where you swipe in your card, that device is configured by a merchant. So on one place you will see the Pizza Hut written there. In the other place you will see PH. In the other place it will say the PH. In the other place it will say TPH. Now you need to figure out that all of these actually mean the same and so on. So one of the biggest challenge that we face is how to manage data, how to clean that data and all that before you focus on those large complex AI things and so on. The second challenge that we face is with respect to the speed with which AI is improving. So every other day there are new algorithms that are coming. So how do we keep ourselves up to speed to these things? Because this is not like something that I would have studied in my college and it stays the same throughout. It is continuously changing, so we have to learn every day in some sense. And finally, if you are able to build a solution, how do you prove the regulators, the legal entities and so on that what it is doing is right, is in some sense the third challenge. Are we done with the questions?
Sorry, I think there's just one or two more. So, Kimberly, did you want to go ahead with your question?
I got a question, which is how do you approach using AI to make ethical decisions? So I know you were mentioning that video with the railroad, but let's say we were to have AI approach an ethical decision, how would you go about making that?
Sure. So let's take an example of the job and the resume thing. Is this candidate fit for this job? In such examples, we would not want the algorithm to learn from things that are perhaps sensitive in nature, which means it should not learn whether this is a male or a female. The decision should be independent of that. To do that, what we do is that we remove the gender field from the resumes so that the algorithm does not know whether it's a male or a female. So it makes an ethical decision there. But it turns out that the AI algorithm can actually learn from the first names or from the first names of people that this is a male or a female. So most likely Kimberly is a female. Most likely Joseph is a male. And the AI algorithm will implicitly learn those things even if we have removed the gender field. So then what it means is that we should remove the name fields as well before we pass on the resume to a job so that it makes the decision based on the capabilities rather than the gender of a person, right? But it turns out that Kimberly and usually females write their resume using a language which is slightly very different from what males use the language for. English language, same language, but females use it in a different manner, males use it in a different manner. And AI algorithms are able to figure the gender from that, and maybe they are able to use that. So then we build algorithms which read text in a gender neutral manner so that it does not make that decision using the fields based on which we do not want to make such decisions. So these are one type of ways through which you kind of change the data and hide the data based on which you do not want it to make those decisions. Then you look at the results. Is the AI algorithm ethical? Which means if I'm passing a job, is it giving me the right distribution of candidates? Top 10 candidates, does it have a good mix of male and female? Or is it skewed towards one particular gender? Based on that results, you can identify that yes, this is right or wrong. Similarly, when we make decisions with respect to credit card defaults or frauds, is it sensitive towards a particular race, let's say Black people or people in this geography and so on? You can identify those things. You can look at the results and see how they are balanced or not. Are my fraud rates higher for a particular community and lower for another community? If yes, then you go back to the algorithm and train things and so on. So there are different stages: data cleansing, data balancing, and then analyzing the results. All three of them together will eventually tell you whether this algorithm is making ethical decision or not.
Great. Thank you so much for that explanation. And the final little question that we have for you is, do you have any advice for people and students like us who are looking to go into the field?
Oh yeah, lots of advice. So if you want to really go deep in AI, which means if you want to be an AI developer who wants to build new algorithms, solve these problems, build the Alexa of the world and so on, you know what's the most important subject for you to have a good grasp on? It is not computer science, it is mathematics. Over a period of time, you will learn, maybe you already know, there are things called as in this whole domain of linear algebra, where you get into the concepts of matrices and rank of matrices, eigenvalues, eigenvectors, and so on and so forth. That forms the core of machine learning, not programming and anything else. If you know mathematics, you can understand AI. If, on the other hand, you don't want to be that person, if you want to just be someone who is a developer of AI, then you should ignore the mathematics. You should start looking at libraries that already exist and try to see how to use them. It's like making a Lego toy. So there are already those blocks. You use those blocks and your intent is to figure out how to make that larger thing. If you are getting into the area of design and so on, then it is good to know what all AI can do, for which maybe you can read things around what has AI been doing in this area, that area, and so on, so that you know the capabilities and potential of AI, so that you can think about a new next product or a next startup idea. This area is very deep. As I said, it starts from neuroscience and it goes up to marketing, sales, and so on. So ideally, you should really know where you want to play in this space and then choose what you want to get deeper in. If you want to be someone who would want to sell an AI solution, or if you want to be someone who would want to be the neuroscientist who figures out how the brain works and then tell the computer scientist, you need to figure out. I think it's important to figure out the goal, because AI is not like that one sheep. They are all very different. So figure out that goal. Given that goal, then you will be able to know what you need to read or learn. So, the other thing is also that there is a lot of debate that happens on AI. Will AI rule the world? Is AI regulation right? Is it biased? And all that type of stuff. That's just a lot of noise. I mean, you can just enjoy it and read it and so on, but that don't improve your skills in some sense. I mean, it's good to hear and all that, but I don't think it helps.
Okay, I think that's all of our questions. Thank you once again, Mr. Rajput, for your time. Why don't we give another round of warm virtual applause? And now we'll take a 10-minute break to give you some more time to reflect on the information that we just learned. And, just please relax and prepare for the next speaker session. We will reconvene at 11:35, so make sure you don't miss out.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Thank you so much.
All right. So welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you guys had a good break to process the information from the morning session. Now I'll hand the time to Jamie to bring us back into it.
Awesome. So we're going to start with our second keynote speaker now, where we'll be hearing from another experienced professional from the field. As usual, if you have any questions, feel free to put them in the chat.
Our next guest speaker is Professor Babak Esfandiari. Dr. Esfandiari is a professor at the Department of Systems and Computer Engineering at Carleton University. He obtained his PhD in computer science in 1997 and then worked for 2 years at Mitel Corporation as a software engineer before joining Carleton in 1999. His research interests include agent technology, network computing, and object-oriented design. So let's welcome Dr. Esfandiari.
Hello. Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm very happy, very pleased to be here. Thank you very much for inviting me. And what I'd like to do today is give a little bit of an introduction to my research. And I thought a way that could make this interesting, especially to the high school crowd, would be to show the benefit of using a very simple math to do the kind of things that we do, especially when we do research, actually. So it may be a question that you often have when studying certain disciplines, including math, that you don't see the immediate benefit sometimes of what you're learning. And so here, I'll hopefully be able to demonstrate some of the direct applications of the kind of things that you may or may not have learned actually in high school. So that's going to be interesting to me to find out how much what I'm going to talk about is something that is going to be new to you or something that you already had experience with. And so what I'll start with first is share my screen. And initially, I'm simply going to show my homepage on the web. So by the way, feel free to interrupt at any point. My chat window is open. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. So this is my homepage at Carleton. And so you can see my email. Feel free to email me if you have any questions. And it lists right here my research interests. And what I'm going to talk about today a little bit is the very first bullet point here, which is agent-based systems. And so it's not a term that may be familiar to you. And so it's very simple. The word may be unfamiliar, but really I'm interested in general in autonomous systems. And an agent is simply any piece of software or hardware that can make decisions on its own, basically something that has a mind of its own. And so a very good example of this in today's world would be self-driving cars, for example. Okay, and so you can definitely see then the connection between my research field and AI. Clearly, in order to make a car, decide on its own what to do requires quite a bit of sophisticated machinery, including pattern recognition to help it detect pedestrians, roads, limits of the road, signage, and based on all that, it needs to make decisions as to how to plan its itinerary and to get you to your destination safely. So agent-based systems deal with the autonomy part of this, and research in AI or research in agent-based systems will be some kind of engineering type of field where you're integrating existing techniques from AI, for example, when it comes to pattern recognition, but also decision making, knowledge representation, and many more. And so what I'll do today is basically provide you a very simple introduction and definition for what I'm doing. And I'll start with just a definition in plain English, but I will then gradually make this definition more and more strict and formal using very simple math, and math that you either are familiar with already, in which case I apologize to those of you that this will look very familiar, or it will be something that is completely new to you. And this is the interesting thing, because at Carleton or in all universities, we have students coming from very different education systems and different high schools, and we find that some students have been exposed to the kind of math I'm going to talk about, and they find this trivial, and some students have never even seen this. So it's interesting to me. It's going to be interesting to me today to find out also how much of this is familiar. And again, don't worry if it's not. I'll be providing all the background that you need in order to follow along. And no numbers involved. If you have, some issue with calculations and so on, the branch of math I'm going to talk about doesn't involve any calculation. So what am I talking about? And so I'm going to shift here to this actually being a page that is part of my graduate course. This is my course that I'm going to teach actually in the next fall as well, where in the very first lecture, I have a classroom of students who have already completed their bachelor's and who want to get into research. And in this first lecture, I typically introduce and define my field. And again, no fear, this is exactly, this doesn't require any background that you don't have. And so here, basically, it starts with a quote from McCarthy, and the McCarthy here we're talking about is actually the father of AI. He's the one, who was there in the 50s and 60s and who assembled a group of researchers who are very much motivated in creating artificial intelligence. And so this is to show you that the concern about autonomy was there at the inception of AI. And so in this long quote that I'm not going to read, and don't worry, you don't have to get into it too much. It's simply about whether we can kind of consider describing the behavior of a machine as if it is a human, and whether it has human-like capability. And so I'll just highlight the types of human-like behavior that we actually often attribute to machines in our day-to-day life. When we talk about a car and we say, well, sorry, I had an accident today, and on my way to work, I tried to turn left, but the car wouldn't turn left. And that's why I hit the curb or something. And so I had to fix the car before I got home or to work. And so when you say the car didn't want to turn left, you are assigning some kind of autonomy or want or free will to the car. And so the question is, well, is this legitimate to do? Is this correct? Is it really that the car didn't want to do it? Or is it that it's basically a shortcut? Or is it that you don't know better what made it do that, and so on? So there is a description here that here basically McCarthy is telling us, when is it useful to do this? When is it required to do that, and so on? So this is kind of like just an introduction into the fact that ideally here now the holy grail, the ultimate goal for people who do AI is to have agents, machines that can make decisions on their own, and which hopefully you can even program using terms like these, where you can basically tell them, I would like you to do something for me. This is the goal I would like to give you. And then the agent, the program, would be able to tell you whether they can even do that. Do they have the resources, the capability to do it? And they would make decisions based on that. And so that's basically the area of research that I'm working on. And it goes all the way into researching specific programming languages, where you could indeed program your machine using terms like belief, desires, intentions, and so on, and let the agent then, based on those, make their own decision. So I keep using the term agent. So what do I mean by that? And so in short, it's really, again, it's a machine that has a mind of its own, a machine that can make decisions in an autonomous manner. And so I'm going to use here, to expand on that definition here, this quote by Jennings that says, an agent is a computer system situated in some environment that is capable of flexible, autonomous action in order to meet its design objectives. So basically, the important, well, every word here is important. I typically in a classroom, I would spend some time really stressing each word and getting into the details of it. But one really key thing that we're going to talk about is the fact that your design of an agent is very much dependent on the environment in which you are in. And so again, I'm going to use the example of the autonomous car, the self-driving car. And so, well, what would you say is the environment in which the self-driving car is going to navigate? So feel free to type in the chat, give me, a definition or a description of the environment from the point of view of an autonomous car. Like what would it be? What constitutes an environment for an autonomous car? Don't be shy. Okay, I'll get it started then. In that, well, you could say, yeah, so very good, very good. So yes, Emma, indeed, basically what will define ultimately the environment for the self-driving car will in many ways be defined by the sensors that the car has. So really the environment you could say is the roads, the signage, the pedestrians, all those things that are perceived by your car, but the perception of these objects very much depends on the kind of sensors that you equip your car with. So so very good. You have indeed, you could have touch sensors, you could have cameras, right, on your car in order to look around, and now with pattern recognition, such that maybe Professor Green later on will touch on, you're able to identify obstacles, signage, pedestrians, and so on. Okay, so this is important to say that basically you cannot design an autonomous car without knowing what is it that your autonomous car can perceive, and also what is it that your car can do. So sensors are half the equation. What is the other half of the design of such a car? So we have the perception of the environment, but we also have the ways in which the car can modify its environment or change and evolve in the environment. So what would be that other half? And how would that affect the design of your car? So again, feel free to type. Again, I can get things started a little bit in that. So typically when you design any robot, you equip it with a set of sensors, but also a set of actuators. And so actuators or effectors, there are different terms for that, are the means by which your robot can actually do things, can actually interact with its environment. Okay, and so in a car, typically the kind of things that you want to do with a car involve driving around. So that means you need a steering wheel, you need brakes, you need an accelerator. These are the ways in which you can move the car in its environment. So in this case, in the case of a car, the actuators have to do with navigation. But in a car, in a manufacturer, for a robot in a manufacturing plant, you may have devices such as a drill or some ways of grasping objects and picking them up, lifting them, dropping them down. So basically, what's really important here, what I want to emphasize, and it's gonna sound trivial potentially, is that simply you don't program an agent, you don't program a robot in a vacuum. You program it in a particular environment, and the design of your agent very much depends on the environment in which you're going to be. And so in the case of an autonomous car, well, you need all the sensors that help you detect the relevant features of the road. And in terms of actuators, it's going to be about the typical devices that help you navigate within this environment. Okay, so So that's the general idea. So we'll get back to this notion of an environment later on. Okay, so what I'm going to do from now on, I'm going to simply just now start taking this definition and start defining it in a more clear and precise manner. And what we do for this is we have a tool, we have a language that allows us to do exactly that. And so anytime you are doing engineering work, basically, or scientific work, the first thing that you need to do is be able to define a problem precisely without ambiguity, and to simplify, abstract away, so you can keep the essence of your problem. And so what is this language that we use? The language is math. And so for me, in my day-to-day research work, math is not a tool to calculate things. So it may be for my colleagues, but for me, math is a language to model things. It's a language to describe the world and to understand it and to analyze it and so on. So we know there are different branches of mathematics. So you've probably studied a little bit of algebra, a little bit of calculus, and what is an important tool in research, in scientific articles, papers that you read, and so on. Pretty much everybody who does any research in computer science will use, in particular, a part of mathematics known as discrete math. And so now I'm going to share now unfortunately I wasn't able to share the whiteboard from Zoom, so I'm gonna be, from the rest pretty much of this presentation, I'm gonna use a blank presentation on PowerPoint, and I'm gonna be drawing on it. So hopefully that's acceptable. So let's do the sharing with PowerPoint. All right, so let's see. Okay, so the branch of math that is of particular interest to me. Oh, I can't draw it. Ooh, what's going on? Let's try again. All right, I hope you can see what I'm writing here. This is the branch of math that is of particular interest to computer scientists. It's known as discrete math. And so the term discrete, and here it's spelled E-T-E, okay, D-I-S-C-R-E-T-E. And so do you know what that is? Does that sound familiar, or is this new to you? I would like to have some interaction so that I know what bears reminding or repeating or skipping altogether. Yes, it is familiar. So I want to hear from as many of you as possible so that I see how much this is familiar, how much it's not. Because in my experience, students, depending on which school they went to, they may or they may not know. Okay, you see, this is interesting. Thank you very much for your answers. That's typically the experience I have even at the graduate level. So after the bachelor, I have students who know, students who don't know. And so whether you join later on, let's say School of Computer Science, or whether you decide to do software engineering, and I teach in the software engineering program at Carleton, you will be exposed to discrete math at some point or another. Now, just to give you a quick idea of what discrete math is about, discrete is about things that you can count, that you can, like, the opposite of discrete is continuous. And so it's kind of like the distinction I would make between natural numbers and real numbers. Okay, so real numbers, you've all studied them because you studied some calculus, I imagine. Natural numbers are just numbers you can count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And can you, so a simple question, well, we can't count natural numbers. We all learned to count when we were, I don't know, 4 or 5. But can you count real numbers? So what's the number that comes after 0 along the number line in the real domain? Can you count it? What's the number that comes after 0? Is it 1? So is this the next number after 0? So if we were talking about the set of natural numbers, 1 would be the number after 0. 0, 1, 2, 3, that's the set of natural numbers. But real numbers basically deal with the realm of the continuous. So alongside the line between any two points along the real number line, you can always find some other number. So between 0 and 1, you could find number 0.5. And between 0 and 0.5, you can find 0.3. Between 0 and 0.3, you can still find some more numbers. And there is an infinite number of numbers between any two numbers. So this is what's really interesting about the real numbers, is that you can't even count them. Okay, whereas with natural numbers you can. And so continuous math, also known as calculus, which you've done, I'm sure you've done, deals with the world, the continuous world, basically. So, and in engineering, we deal with the real world, and therefore we deal a lot with calculus and with the continuous world. But the computer scientists typically tend to deal with the discrete math world. And this is true also for software engineers. So even though software engineering is a discipline in engineering, it has a lot in common with computer science. And yes, I'm mentioning computer science and software engineering, and you may wonder what are the differences between them. You will see, maybe you've already, I'm sure you've already, considered pursuing your studies in either maybe computer science or software engineering, and you've wondered what the similarities or difference are. And just in a nutshell, computer science is the science of it. It's understanding the discrete world, basically. And software engineering is about building for that kind of world. Okay. So of course, you can't do software engineering without some computer science, and you don't do computer science in a complete vacuum. You do, of course, learn how to program and so on so that you can apply it. So there's a lot of commonality between the two fields. So now within discrete math, the world of things that you can count, there are plenty of subdisciplines. And for example, things that can be counted are networks. When you study a computer network or a social network, you study connections between nodes. And so those constitute what we call a graph. And so graph theory is a particular branch of discrete math. Another branch of discrete math is logic. And so it's the ability to basically reason and to derive proof from statements. And so that is extremely useful for computer scientists, for example, because they need to be able to assert statements and to be able to ascertain whether a particular new sentence can be derived from existing ones by pure reasoning and deduction. Okay, and so the aspect of discrete math I'm going to talk about today is is the foundation. It's the building block for everything, including the building block for programming. So many of you have taken possibly some programming courses in high school, and you may or may not know that basically what you're doing, you are manipulating essential components of what is known as set theory. So today I'm going to spend a little bit of time on set theory, and I will use it as a language to describe my domain. Okay, so hopefully that'll give you a flavor of why do we need discrete math to do AI or to do science in general, and in the particular context of AI, and in my case of agent-based systems. So that's today's agenda basically. Okay, so the first thing I'll do, let's clean this up. When we're talking about set theory, so again, I'm going to ask you a question. Well, maybe not right away. I'm gonna start with defining things, and then I'll see how familiar this is to you. And just so you know, in many schools across the world, students learn set theory in middle school. So it's nothing difficult, and it's just a decision that different countries in their education program make as to whether set theory is useful, relevant early or later in life. Okay, so I don't know in your case if it's something you've been exposed to or not, but certainly once you join, let's say, a School of Computer Science or a software engineering program, we don't make the assumption that you do know, and we definitely teach this material from scratch all over again. And this is kind of what I'm going to do here. Of course, you're going to get a concentrated version of this, and so hopefully it's not overly redundant, but please feel free to interact with the chat and let me know whether it's you're familiar with it, if I'm going too fast, too slow, and so on. Okay, so, well, set theory is about sets. Okay, all right, so what's a set? I can call anything a set, and typically the way we describe a set is that one way to do it is just draw a circle, and anything that's inside the circle are elements or members of a set, and those that are outside the circle are not members of a set. And so what I'm going to do is simply define a set, and a set could contain anything. Okay, so as you'll see, I'm not going to use numbers all that much here. And so a set could be, for example, A here could represent the set of toys that I have. Okay, so I may have a little toy car. I may have a little house that maybe I built out of Lego, and I may have, I don't know, a doll, a stick figure, could be Barbie doll, G.I. Joe, something like that. Okay, so A here could be the set of toys that I have. Okay, so far so good. And so basically what you can say is that the car here is, so what is this symbol? Is this something that you've seen? It looks kind of like an E, but it's not an E. So I'm trying to gauge how much of this is familiar, how much is not to you. Belongs to, exactly, yes. So it could be, I think based on the feedback I'm getting, it could be that you've seen these, but you maybe don't remember it, or you don't get to practice it a lot. And so then maybe it is worth repeating or reminding you of this material. And I find that, so researchers in computer science and AI, they use this language all the time. So it's almost like our second language. It's almost actually, we probably speak this language better than we speak English. Okay, so yeah, here the car belongs to the set A. And another way I could represent the set A, again, using the proper syntax of set theory, so A equals, and then I can use, so sorry, I'm getting some weird artifacts when I'm drawing here. I can use curly brackets, and within the curly brackets, I can simply enumerate, list all the different elements of my set. Okay, and so the curly brackets, whenever you see them in set theory, it tells you that this is a set, and what's inside the curly brackets is all the members of your set. All right, so now let's define another set. Let's call it B, and in this curly bracket, I'm going to have just two elements, the car and the house. So what can I say with B with respect to A? Every element of B, every element that belongs to A is also an element that belongs to B, sorry. Every element that belongs to B also belongs to A. So what we can say is that B is included in A. And this is the sign, the symbol that we use for inclusion. Okay? So now already we can start having some fun with sets. And so one question I'm going to ask you is, so B here, since it's included in A, we call it a subset of A. Okay, subset. So I'm going to ask you, how many subsets does A have? So B is one of them, but can you give me some other subsets of A here? Yeah, so the stick figure and the house and the doll. These are all subsets with two members, but we could also have subsets with a single member, like just the house or just the doll, just the car. Those would be subsets too, correct? You could also say the empty set, so a set just with nothing in it, is going to be a subset as well, because every member in the empty set is also a member of A. Okay, so it sounds kind of strange, but it's true. So you can, the empty set, you can just draw the curly brackets and put nothing in it. Or another way that mathematicians draw the empty set is with a circle and a vertical, sorry, a diagonal bar across it. Okay, so that's also a subset. And there's another subset of A, which is A itself. Every member of A, every element in A is also an element in A. That goes without saying. So if we were to count the number of subsets of A, how many do you think we're going to find? So in this case, A has 3 members. And so the number of members of A kind of helps determine the number of subsets that there are in A. Can you make a guess? So here we have 7. That's one guess. I'm getting more 7s. Is there a consensus over 7, or are there other guesses? So let's count. Okay, we're doing discrete math, and the good thing is we can count. We can count all the members of this set. And so let's do that in order in terms of the number of elements of the subsets in question. So the first subset is the one with no members at all. So the empty set, that's one of them, okay? And then how many subsets do we have with a single member in it here? Three. Good. So we have the empty set, we have subsets with a single member, the 1 plus 3, that's 4 subsets. How many subsets do we have of 2 members? So car plus stick figure, these guys. Sorry, house plus stick figure, car plus stick figure, car plus house. That's 3 again. Okay, so 4 plus 3, that's 7 now. And then remember, A is also a subset of A. It's actually not a strict subset, so we would say we use the little equal underneath it to say that A is a subset of or equal to A. So 1 plus 3 plus 3 plus 1, the total is actually 8. So I'm going to let you now ponder the question of, can I actually obtain this number without counting it? So for 3 members, I know the number of subsets is going to be 8. What do you think it's going to be if my set contained 4 elements? Or 5 or 6? Is there a relation between the number of elements of a set and the number of subsets that the set can contain? Where does this 8 come from? So maybe 25. So what can, or 26. So how can we figure this out? And so something that's really interesting about this type of math is that the people in this field need to show some creativity and flexibility in terms of connecting one way of representing things into other ways of representing things. So one way we could represent a set and the membership in a set is to say, here, I'm going to have a little, so computer scientists deal with bits, things that are true or false, okay? And a way to encode whether a particular subset of A could be to, so I could put a car underneath this one, stick figure, and house. And I could say a particular subset of A is, I pick and choose the elements that I want from it. And I'm going to put a number 1. I don't know why I'm having these weird artifacts here. 1 or 0 or 1, depending on which elements I want to be in that set, right? So 1, 0, 1 here would represent the subset of A that consists of having the car that I've drawn very badly here, and the house. Okay, I've put a 0 above the stick figure, so that this particular subset doesn't contain the stick figure. So would you agree with me that every combinations of zeros and ones here would correspond to a particular subset of A? So if I put zeros everywhere in that table here, what subset of A would I represent here if I just put zeros? If I put a 0 in every square there, that means I don't want the car, I don't want the stick figure, and I don't want the house. So the set that doesn't contain any of them, we called it what? We called it the empty set, this one, right? Or this one. There's a bit of a lag when I'm drawing here. So this is what's really interesting, right? This is an encoding. This is a way I can basically pick and choose the particular subset I have. And so this is it. In computer science, we deal with binaries and zeros and ones and true and false all the time. This is how our computers work. Our computers reason with binary numbers. And so here I showed you a binary encoding of the membership of a set. And that right there is going to give me the answer to the question of, how do I know how many members of a set do I have? And so here I have 3 squares because my set has 3 elements. And so all the combinations of zeros and ones will be one particular subset of my set. And so when we count in binary, basically, so can you do counting in binary? Do you know how to count in binary? So if the first number is 0 and the next number is 1, what's the next number after that in binary? I just want to know if you know how to count in binary. So the binary system is different from the decimal system in that we only have zeros and ones. And so we go, when we run out of digits, we just now have to use 2 digits in a row. So 0, 1, and then 1, 0. And then what comes after 1, 0, Jaden? 1, 1. And then the next one would be, well, now we ran out of 2-digit numbers, so now we have to go to 3 digits, and it's going to be 1, 0, 0. Exactly. So basically, now basically what we have here with the 3 squares, we have a 3-bit encoding, and the number of bits is the number of those binary numbers, and that determines basically the size and the range, basically the number of elements in my set. Okay, so the highest number I can write here would be 111, and 111 in binary corresponds to the number 7. So since we're starting with 0, 0, 0, from 0 to 7, that's 7 plus the 0, we shouldn't forget, that's 8 right there. Okay, and the general idea is that you can get this number, the biggest number you can have is pretty much every time you add another digit, you are multiplying by 2 the combinations, right? Because I have 1, 0, 1, but I could have a 1 or a 0 here. So that multiplies by 2 the number of possibilities that I have. Given any 3-digit number, whenever I have a square in front, I'm adding 2 possibilities, whether it's 0 or 1. So the range of my numbers grows by twofold every time I'm adding a square. So every time I'm adding a square, it corresponds also to the number of elements in my set that I'm adding. Remember, I'm using these binaries as an encoding. And so if I have n, I'm going a little bit faster here, but if I have n element in my set A, and I want to know how many subsets of A do I have, well, it's basically, if you think in terms of encoding of every element that I have here, I would have to have a table like that. That would be the size of the number of elements I have. And so the total size would increase twofold every time. So it would be a matter of basically 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 n times. That's the total number of elements I have in a set. So 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 n times, you can summarize it with a 2 and then power to the n. So if I have n elements in my set, I have 2 to the n members in my set. Okay, so hopefully I was able to convince you. It's a bit messy here. I'm unfortunately having trouble here drawing on PowerPoint, so things are a bit messier than I would like, but hopefully I've been able to convey the idea here. Okay, so to convince yourself of that this is true, you can try with a set of 4 elements and see and enumerate all the subsets, and you will see that you will have 2 to the 4 subsets, and that means 16 of them. Okay, so so that was just the very basics already of sets. And this set, so let's make some room here. I can't erase either, I don't know why. Now, what's interesting is that what we just counted was the set, we counted the set of subsets of A, right? So if I were to enumerate, like we did here, all the subsets of A, well, one of them would be B, one of them would be the empty set, one of them would be A, because we said a set is contained in itself, and then we have, for example, the subset with just a stick figure. Okay, and a set that contains one element, we call it a singleton. Okay, and so on. I'm not gonna enumerate all of them, but we know now that there's 8 of them. So the set of subsets of A, that's a set in itself. And you see how I'm being very careful here. I didn't just put the stick figure on its own here, but I did surround it with curly brackets to mention that this is not about the stick figure, but it's about the set that contains the stick figure. So this is the kind of thing that mathematicians are very careful about, is that here, if what I'm trying to enumerate are all the sets that are contained in my set, then I need to make sure that I'm not putting something in there that's not a set. Okay, so remember again, the curly brackets are what I use as a tool to build sets. Does that make sense? So the set of subsets of A is also known as the power set. There's a lot of lag when I'm drawing, so some of it takes, some of it doesn't take. Yeah, and interestingly enough, one way to represent it is, we can call this 2 to the A, but this 2 is not the number 2 really, it's just a symbolic representation to say 2 to the A is the set of subsets of A. And of course, it's not an innocent choice, because now we know that I can count the elements of this power set, and I will find that that number is 2 to the n if n is the number of elements in A. All right, so what we're gonna do, let's move on to another page here, just because this got really busy. So all right. Let's see if this works. Okay, so far so good. Is this okay so far? Now you may wonder, why do I care about all this, right? So we're going to see that now I'm going to start using the building block, which is a set, to build more complicated things. Just like with Lego bricks, we have here a first element that I can use to combine things together. And so, so the way I can combine things is by relating things and connecting things together. So now let's look at, and I'm going to talk about another set now. So this was my initial set. And again, remember, we have a car, we have a stick figure, and we have a house. Now, I'm going to draw another set. Let's call this one B. And then this one will have 2 elements. One is Joe, one is Jill. Okay, so now what I can do is put these elements in relation with one another. What I mean by that, I'm just going to draw lines kind of randomly here between the members of A and members of B. And I'm drawing these lines to indicate that, for example, here, Joe has a car, Jill has a car, and Jill has a house. So what I'm doing is I'm connecting these. So I'm creating a relation. That's what it's called. And sorry, some of this is not taking, and I have a lot of lag. So I'm discovering as I'm writing whether some of this is working or not. I don't know why there's so much lag. Okay, so what's interesting about this is that if you were to describe who has what, you know, what does Joe have, what does Jill have, the way you could do that, you could enumerate all of those pairings of Joe with the toys, or pairings of Jill with the toys whenever they're applicable. So all the lines that I've drawn, you could basically enumerate those lines. And so enumerating these lines would create a new set. You see, everything ends up being a set. That's what's so elegant about this. Okay, so here, if I were to represent this drawing that I have here and the pairings of between members of the members of set A and members of set B, I would end up with a set which has some pairings or pairs. Okay, so here there's a pairing with car and then Joe, and that's one member of this set. Another one would be here, the pairing of the car with Jill. And the other one, I'm not going to draw it, is the pairing of the house with Jill. ... So now note how I'm not using curly brackets inside here for the car and Joe. I'm using a round bracket. So the round brackets, we use them usually for pairings or associations like that, for, as we call them, for pairs or triples, or in more generally speaking, tuples or tuples. If you have learned some programming with Python, for example, you may be familiar with the notion of a tuple. It's just basically pairings or association of elements with one another. Okay, so really enumerating all the pairings here ends up being a set in itself. Okay, now the set of all possible pairings, including the ones that I didn't draw here, we represent it like this, with a cross product, with a multiplication sign. But this multiplication sign is not the multiplication between two numbers. This is multiplication between two sets. And what that tells me is that when I use this sign between two sets, I'm talking about a new set, which is the set of pairings of elements from A to elements from B. So now a question for you. If I have 3 members in A and 2 members in B, how many pairs can I have? Basically, I'm asking, what is the size of the set A cross B? Which is the size of which is the set of all possible pairings. You can take wild guesses, it's okay. Okay, so one guess here, somebody is saying 6. Does everyone else agree? Yes? Okay. So why is it 6? Car with Joe, car with Jill, stick figure with Joe, stick figure with Jill, house with Joe, house with Jill. So every time I'm enumerating any element of A, I have 2 possible pairings and I have 3 elements in A. So 3 times 2 basically. Okay, so again, it's not an innocent notation to have used the multiplication sign between these 2 sets, because it's also giving you an indication of the number of members that this set will have. And so the particular lines that I drew between A and B gave me a subset of A times B. So a particular relation is this particular correspondence, or those lines that I drew between these sets. So a relation can be viewed as a subset of that more general or bigger set, which we call the cross product or the Cartesian product between these two sets. And this is important because now it allows me to create more complex relationships between elements. And this is how all of the objects in math are defined, using set theory and using these types of notations that I've described here. So last thing but not least, and then I promise we'll end it with the math and we'll actually put it to good use, is a particular type of pairing that we can do in which I'm gonna restrict the type of pairings in that I'm gonna actually now, let's make room here. I'm going to talk about same sets, same two sets A and B. But what I want to express is basically, let's assume that each element in A has a single owner. It needs to have an owner. So it could be Joe, it could be Jill, or maybe it has no owner at all. Okay, so the thing that I want to describe is if somebody sees some toys on the floor, let's say in a bedroom, and wants to say, who owns this car? Who owns this house? And you want to be able to immediately answer. And so you do that by, again, drawing arrows. So this time I'm going to put an arrow to say, well, there's really a direction. There's only one at most owner for each one of these. Joe and Jill are not going to agree on co-owning a particular toy. It's really either Joe or Jill's. So here the car could belong to Joe. The stick figure could also belong to Joe. And then maybe the house belongs to Jill. Okay. You could also have sometimes elements that don't belong to anyone. But what I cannot do here is I cannot have two outgoing arrows. That I cannot do because because we've said there should be only one thing in the set B that I can make it correspond to. So this type of correspondence with this restriction that there are no two outgoing arrows from the initial set to the other set, we call this something that you're all familiar with, I'm sure. We just call this what? We call this a function. So you've seen functions in math, I'm sure. Can you give examples of functions that you've seen in math? Square, perfect example, right? What is the square function? So you could also draw it like we did here. It's oh, why is it? The square function is a function from what set to what set? You could think of it as a function from the set of real numbers to the set of real numbers, which for every element of real, again, I'm drawing an arrow here, will make some other number correspond. So for example, if I have -2 here, and if I have 2 here, -2, what's the square of -2? It's 4. What's the square of 2? It's also 4. So it's perfectly okay for the result to be shared by some of these. But certainly I cannot have 2 arrows coming out of the initial set. Okay, so you've all seen functions, and it's just that here, the way I've drawn these functions, I've mostly focused on sets of things that I can count and enumerate. All right. So now, congratulations, you're all set theorists. You can do a lot of science with this. And what we're going to do now, we're going to use this to design or to define the domain of agents and autonomous cars and so on. Okay, so for this, I'm going to again add one more slide. Look, I'm assuming so far you can all see the slides, everything's going fine? Okay, so let's go back to our agents. And let's remember again the definition that I gave you earlier about what an agent was. And at least part of that definition was saying that an agent is something that is situated in an environment. And we gave the example of an autonomous car, a self-driving car, in that it is situated in the world of the roads and pedestrians and so on. And we talked about the need for sensors to be able to detect those elements that are relevant in the environment. And we talked about actuators that allow the car to actually modify the environment or move around in this environment. So really, something that I keep drawing in my graduate course is the following diagram, which is, this time I'm not using these circles to denote a set, it's just to denote a particular object, in this case, my agent. And the fact that this agent is in an environment. And basically, whenever you're building an agent, you also need to know about its environment. And the interesting thing that happens is that you can view what happens as a continuous cycle of the environment being perceived by an agent and the agent doing something based on what it's perceiving, and based on that, performing some kind of action. This action is sent back to the environment. The environment may change as a result, and then now the environment being changed means that the agent in turn is going to perceive maybe something different from the environment, and now the agent will have to do something else. This is something you're all familiar with because you all play video games, right? What is it that you're doing when you're playing a video game? You are the agent, and the video game has an environment, okay? And you are making decisions based on the changes that occur in your environment, okay? So if you're playing a sports game, for example, FIFA, and you're playing soccer, the game is simulating the field of soccer, and what you perceive as a soccer player will be the field, the other players, the ball, the goal, and so on. And then based on that, the agent that you're controlling, your particular player, you are going to tell it to move or to run towards a ball or kick the ball. And all those actions that you're performing go back to the environment. And then the video game engine calculates the result of your action and determines that now your location is different, or the location of the ball is different. And as a result, it's going to redraw the environment for you. And now, again, it's your turn to decide what to do. Okay, so this is something you're all familiar with. And so what's interesting, by the way, is that if you study the problem of how do I define or design an environment, basically that field is the field of video games, right? Anytime you build a game, you are actually focusing on the environment, and and the agents are humans basically playing in that environment of yours. You could also have non-playing characters also that may be controlled by the game, and those will be agents. Okay, so people who worry or who study how to design an environment, they're basically working in the field of simulation and modeling. And a game is nothing but a simulation. People who worry about how to design agents would be people like me who are interested in agent-based systems. And so the techniques to use for one or the other, they may be very different. Okay, so that in itself is really interesting. So you may want to make a career out of building simulations, or you may make a career out of building autonomous agents. All right, so let's now talk about how do I represent this. I want to be able to think more clearly about what agents are and how to build them and so on. And it helps to, again, come up with some notations. So let's consider all the possible things that the agent may perceive out of the environment. Okay, so in this arrow that I'm drawing, this is an arrow that shows me, you know, the part of the cycle where the agent is perceiving something from the environment. So if I were to list all the things that the agent can perceive, I would end up with a set. Okay, so this set, I could call it E as in environment. Okay, and I could have a little e here, a little e, which is a member of set E, and this is a particular member of the set of all possible environments that I can perceive. Okay, and similarly, the agent, when the agent outputs a decision and an action that goes back to the environment, this element could be an element of a list of things that the agent can do. So in the case of a self-driving car, among the things that I could do, I could turn left, I could turn right, I could accelerate, I could brake. So there is a list here of things that I could do. Let's call them actions. Let's call it, and let's represent it with A as an action. And so little a would be a member of the set A. So really, if you were to observe the interactions of an agent with its environment, you would see this never-ending cycle of some E being perceived by the agent, and then some A being decided by the agent that goes to the environment. Does that make sense so far? So now, of course, E, the set E, will depend very much on your environment. And E can be very complicated, and there could be a long list of things that you can perceive. So again, going back to one of the early questions that I asked so far was that, well, what does the environment consist of for a self-driving car? And one of you answered with, you know, it depends on its sensors. So if the agent has a camera, for example, and maybe a speedometer, so those would be two different sensors for this agent. So E would constitute what? It would be pictures, you know, that I see with my camera. Okay, so let's just call P the set of pictures, snapshots that my camera is taking and that I have to analyze. And then let's call S the set of speeds that I can read on the speedometer. Okay, so in this particular case, every time, every member E of the environment will be a pair of a particular picture that I'm perceiving from the world and my current speed. It doesn't have to be a pair. It could involve many more elements. I have P, I have S, I could have other sets, each corresponding to the set of readings from my particular sensor. But in this particular case, E could be, so now I'm using that cross product that I introduced earlier to say that each member of E is going to be a pair, first element being from the set P of pictures, and the second element would be from the set of speeds. Okay, so the agent will perceive this, and then based on my speed, based on, for example, the fact that I perceive the speed limit sign, maybe my decision will be to slow down so that I can respect the laws of the road. Okay, so you can see how gradually I'm using these notations in order to define the world that I'm in. And defining things this way are not only important for a human to understand things concretely and clearly, but it's also what a computer needs. A computer, when you're programming a computer, the computer doesn't, at least as of today, you can't program it using Siri. You can't just speak natural language and program something. You still need to use a language that is much more specific and formal, and that language is very much based on set theory, which we've been talking about throughout here. Okay, so when you're programming and you define a function in your program, you have to decide first, what is the input of my function? And the input will be the domain, you know, from which, you know, you're drawing arrows into which other set. So speaking of which, given everything that I've drawn here, my question for you is, how would you using the elements of set theory that I've introduced so far, what would you say an agent really is? What kind of construct from set theory would best correspond to capturing what an agent is? Is it a set? Is it a function? Is it a subset? Is it a relation? What is it? So recall that an agent lives in an environment. We called E the set of all the perceptions of the environment, and we called A the set of all the actions of the agent. What does an agent really do? What do you want an agent to do for you? You basically want the agent, when you're programming your car, or any robot for that matter, you want the agent to know what to do for every perception of the environment. Every element E that comes in, you want the agent to do a particular action. So what do you think that makes an agent? What kind of thing is an agent then? Something that takes an E and then returns an A. So what would that be then? A function. Very good, very good. And so whenever we define a function, we typically define, first of all, the set that the function originates from and the set that it ends in, right? So if an agent is a function, it's a function from the set E to the set A. At least very simple agents are like that. Okay, so you could then, if your set E is finite, limited, countable, programming an agent could be extremely simple. You would just take every element of E and then list all, for each element of E, what is the element of A that you want to output. So for a car, though, that's difficult because the number of perceptions, the number of pictures and the speed readings and so on is going to be so big. We know that the number of elements in E, if it's really made up of pictures and speed readings, well, first of all, the number of pictures is unlimited, infinite pretty much, or if you can think of a picture as a bunch of pixels, all the combinations of all the values of the pixels, that would make it a very, very high number. And all the possible speed readings, if speed readings are a real number, then they're infinite too. So we have an infinity potentially times another infinity. It would be impossible to program an agent by just going through every possible element of A and making it E and make A correspond to it. That's why we write programs, and we basically think of those particular computations that we need to do for certain values of P and so on. So we're not gonna here worry about programming, but just here, this gives us an idea of what it is, what it means to build an agent. Okay? Now, this is very good. This is pretty much one of the first things that in my graduate course, we end up, the conclusion that we reach, which is an agent is something that it's a function, takes an element from the environment, and that you expect it to return an action. What does that make an environment? So think about, so I've drawn this cycle here, environment, an arrow toward my agent, and then an arrow goes from the agent back to the environment. So I could also describe my environment as something that takes an action and then returns an environment. So an environment, what does that make this an environment? How would you define an environment? It's also a function, right? Right? So you could think initially that the environment is a function this time that takes the action of the agent and returns the next state of the environment, right? It's kind of the reverse of an agent. So now let's think a little bit of, let's be a game designer here. And if you're designing the environment of, I don't know, FIFA 2021, a soccer game, but it could be any environment, any video game. It could be a shoot 'em up game. It could be anything. So let's put yourself in the shoes of the game developer and think of, therefore, you're the one designing the environment. You're the one taking the input, the action of the player, and then deciding what should be the output, what should be the next state of your soccer game. What kind of information do you need in order to calculate the next state of the soccer game? So what I mean by the next state of the soccer game is simply the new position of the players, the position of the ball, the position of the goal, and everything like that. What kind of elements do you need in order to calculate the new position of every element on the field of soccer? Now, any game developer, that's the main thing that they basically have to program. That's exactly what they have to focus on. Basically, somebody comes to you and says, I would like you to simulate a soccer field and to compute the new soccer field at any time. And so what do you need? You need to know, well, what did the agent do? But is that sufficient? What are the things you need to do in order to output the new field of soccer? So you're writing a function, right? So it's a function that requires what kind of ingredients in order to compute the new state of the environment. Any guesses? Positions. So, okay, so you need to output new positions, but to output the new positions of all the players on the field, what do you need? You need the old positions, right? I need to know, in order to calculate where you are right now on the field, I need to know where you were before, right? And I need to know what happened since the last time I had your position and now. So that means I need to take as an input all the actions of all the players, all their previous positions, including the position of the ball, and I'm gonna calculate the new positions of everything. So I can draw that on the screen for the player to then make their decisions next. So this is basically what every game engine is all about. It's purely this, which is I need to know the previous situation that I was in. I need to know everything that's changed, what actions the different players have taken, and I'm going to calculate and compute the new position and the new situation. So the environment is a bit more complicated than what we drew here. The environment in reality will need the old state of the environment and the action of the agent in order to compute the new state. Does this make sense? So you want the new position of the players, the positions of all the players, that's an environment, that's an element of E. But in order to calculate this new element of E, I need an element from E that was the previous situation paired with an element from A. And so when you're designing a video game, it's this function that you're writing. So hopefully I'm trying to convey that here we're using these very simple building blocks to define the different functions that we need to design, whether we're doing a video game or a simulation, or whether we're drawing or programming an agent. Okay, so things can get a lot more complicated than this. The fact of the matter is that the environment may be, for example, deterministic or non-deterministic, meaning that what the agent will see out of the environment may not be all that predictable. You know, in this particular case, you could say, if my agent knows exactly what's going to happen after an action of the agent is output, then the agent would know, okay, if I kick the ball will end up exactly in whichever position. And if I'm the only person controlling the ball, then if my goal is to score a goal in the opposition's net, I can basically devise a plan, and I can, once I have this plan, I can just close my eyes and then execute a sequence of actions. Each action will trigger some new update from the environment, but if the environment behaves in a deterministic manner, I can predict what it's going to be. And therefore, that means I can, in my head, simulate what's going to happen, and I can determine that, well, I know already ahead of time what my next action will be. And I'm just going to keep going till I eventually reach my goal. So this is basically all you need to know now to build agents. And so the last slide, I promise, and after that, I want to open the floor to questions and more general discussion, if you will, because I realize this is pretty heavy going. Just one more simple slide here. All right. So we have these different states of the environment. So remember, E is the set of environments. A is the set of actions of my agent. So here E1 could be, I'm just going to put a little X to say this is the state that I'm starting with. It could be that all the players on the soccer field are in their initial position. I can perceive them as being where they are. And then I could have, so I'm going to use another type of drawing where I'm going to draw all the possible arrows corresponding to all the possible actions that my agent may take. So I could decide to run toward the ball, for example, or away from the ball. If maybe I have the ball at my foot, I could decide to kick it. Maybe I don't see the ball, maybe I want to turn toward it, or I want to turn by a certain number of degrees in order to face the ball. And so I have these different elements of A. These are the different actions. And every one of these actions will lead to a new perception, which will be the next element of the environment E that I'm going to perceive. So E3, E4, and then again, here, I may be able to run, I may be able to turn, I may be able to kick, and so on. And oops, somebody is is drawing on top of my drawing. Yeah, so as you can see, we have like things are branching out into the future. So if you've seen those alternate reality kind of sci-fi movies where you're like, oh, if I hadn't done X and I instead had done Y, I would have been in a completely different world. So this is it. We're projecting ourselves into the future and seeing each one of my actions has consequences into the future. And now among all of these environment states that I may land in, some of them may be more desirable than others, right? So I want to be in some state down the road where what? I want to be in a state where the goal is in the opponent's net, for example. So maybe that state is E5. This is the state I want to be in. And my goal being in E1 is to find what sequence of actions is going to take me to E5. And so here we can see immediately that, well, turning seems to be important. It takes me here, and maybe this is the action kick that takes me there. So if the world could be defined in such a predictable manner, then I could tell you up front when I'm in E1 that what I'm going to do in order to land in E5, I'm going to turn, I'm going to kick. So this sequence of actions, we call this a plan. And coming up with a plan is a whole field of AI. It's known as planning. And so any one of these problems, the way I'm describing them, there's a whole branch of AI that actually looks into how to come up with an answer for this. So in this situation, we have an environment which is predictable, but in many cases it's not. So it's not as simple as running, kicking, or turning is going to give me just one possible outcome. It could very well be much more complicated in that running actually could give me E1, it could give me E2, it could give me E3. And I don't really know because it's unpredictable. So in the game of hockey, for example, since I'm on ice, I may try to shoot the puck, but then the puck may be slowed down by some snow, or it could slide not necessarily in the direction that I wanted to. Even when I'm trying to pivot, maybe I'm not going to end up in the place that I wanted to. I'm trying to stop, but I don't know how long it's going to take to stop, especially when it's me skating. I'm a terrible skater. So there's a lot more indecision and non-determinism, as we call it, in that I don't know necessarily exactly the consequence of my actions. And if I have multiple branching outcomes, that makes planning more difficult. And so sometimes what happens is if I know the probability of my different outcomes, then I can try to make the action, to choose the action based on the probability of the outcomes, but also the likelihood of those outcomes. So now we're getting into different branches of math, again, of discrete math or of probabilities and so on. So each one of these will end up requiring learning new branches of math in order to make decisions like that. Okay, so don't worry, I'm not going to teach all of the different branches of math. What I've done here, I've given you basically a little introduction, which in a course, in a graduate course, would basically be a 12 or 13-week course in which we start with the definitions that I just laid down here in this introduction, and then we would get into all the various techniques to help me get from E1 to E5, depending on how complicated my environment is. So that's it for the lecture part, basically, of this presentation. I could go on and on. I love talking about these things, but I don't know how heavy going this was, how interesting this was. I know it was fairly abstract, but I just want to kind of give that flavor that whenever you're doing AI, you do need to abstract away from reality and to deal with math that helps, abstract away and deal with more certain or more formal and precise things in order to design a solution. And then you make it confront reality and you see what you got out of it. So that's it for now. And right now, basically, I'm happy to answer any questions. And it doesn't have to be about what I presented. If you have questions about what happens in universities, where can you learn this, where to go, anything, I'm happy to entertain any questions. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you, Professor Esfandiari, for your thoughtful presentation. So yeah, so right now it's the Q&A section. So if anyone has any questions, they can ask it right now.
So while we're waiting for questions, I have a question from my audience, and I would like to know, and you can just type it in the chat. Did any of this make sense? Was it difficult, easy, interesting, boring, relevant, irrelevant? Like I want to get have an idea about generally, did this talk reach its audience? Was it interesting or not? And feel free to say it wasn't. That's okay. Okay, somewhat difficult. All right. All right. That's good to know. Thank you, Rohan. It was a lot. Yeah. So the good thing is this is recorded, so you can review this in slow motion later on. I know that I covered a lot of ground here. Absolutely.
Yep. So I guess while we're waiting for some either questions or final responses in the chat, I think we can ask maybe one final question for everyone here. Well, I guess mainly for Dr. Esfandiari. Do you have any sort of advice for students like us that are maybe trying to pursue this career or go down this path?
Yeah, so thank you. This is a great question. Definitely, I think that was the motivation for my talk today. It was trying to show you that, you know, I'm a former student like all of you. I went to school as well, and the kind of math that I was exposed to in high school or before, um, I often didn't see the relevance of it in real life, and 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 honestly, some of it I did not enjoy. So it's fair to say, and it was eye-opening when I was exposed to things like set theory and other branches of discrete math, and I suddenly found that it's a realm of abstraction. I think what Rohan captured in his comment here, that it's difficult. The difficulty comes from the fact that it's abstract, I think. And what I find we sometimes don't teach enough to our students is the ability to think in the abstract, to move ourselves away from reality and think in terms of abstract objects, sets, relations, and things. And it's that kind of quality that you need to strengthen in order to be successful in the field of whether it's AI or programming in general, actually. Okay, so it's this ability to deal with abstractions. And this comes, for some, it comes really naturally. For others, it comes through practice. But ultimately, you need to have some interest in this and some passion. And I know that personally, once I was exposed to this kind of branch of math, I found that very exciting. And the fact that I could view the world around me and I could think in my head, how can I represent in an abstract manner the world around me? If I want to, and so people who typically are attracted to this type of thinking are people who like solving puzzles. That's basically it. If you if you're that kind of person, any kind of puzzle, it could be a chess problem, or it could be any game like that, which maybe doesn't have much to do with reality, but allows you to really focus on the essence of a problem. That is making you potentially more ready. So uh, just generally a passion for problem solving, for solving puzzles and so on, is the kind of, I would say, starting point for wanting to get into a field like this, because that will be it. You will be solving puzzles the rest of your life if you get into a field like that. Yeah, I would say the advice would be, pay attention in your math courses, but for me, for example, calculus is not something that I use a lot, but that of course is very limited to my particular field. I have colleagues who use calculus all the time. So it'll depend, but I find that the biggest thing is not so much being able to solve equations necessarily, but the skill here is the skill of creating the equations in the first place. And that's a very different skill actually than the skill of solving equations. And I think as we go more and more toward automation into the future, we can more and more expect computers to be solving the equations for us. But what computers won't do for us is to actually come up with the equations in the first place. So there will always be a job for people, for humans, to be able to take the world, abstract it away, represent it for a computer, and then let the computer solve the equations. So this is what I'm trying to motivate, is that this job of translating the world into an equation, or into sets and relationships, relations, functions, and so on, that is an area that will, for as long as I can imagine, will be an area in which there will be not just jobs, but interesting, exciting jobs that will, get you thinking and get you solving interesting problems. So for software engineers, that's relevant. For computer scientists, that's relevant. But don't worry, all of the material that I covered here and much more will be covered in a software engineering degree, let's say at Carleton, or in a computer science degree at Carleton, or anywhere else for that matter.
For sure. Thank you so much for that advice. And if there are no further questions, I think we can move on to I guess, our break. So once again, we'd like to thank Dr. Esfandiari for offering up his time to provide his experiences and his lesson for us to learn. So why don't we give another round of virtual applause?
Thank you very much.
Too bad we can't do in-person applause. Yeah, so thank you so much. And I'll pass the time
I'll
to
just,
Rohan.
if I may say something else. So again, recall, I'm going to type it in the chat actually. If you had any question about the presentation or any advice on, your future education and so on, please feel free to email me. And I'm going to just type my email address in the chat again. So do not hesitate to contact me. And so I'm a prof in systems and computer engineering at Carleton. If you decide to join Carleton, you will be taking some classes with me at some point or another. But even if you don't want to come to Carleton, by all means, if you have any questions about AI or career advice and so on, do not hesitate to email me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. This concludes the first half of our conference. Hopefully everyone was able to learn something new from today's speakers. We'll now be taking a short lunch break and we will be reconvening at around 2 o'clock for the second half of today's conference. There will be another great presentation followed by a workshop, so keep up the excitement. Thank you again to Professor Esfandiari, and we look forward to seeing you guys in about 40 minutes. All right, so I think everybody is in the waiting room now. So good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the second part of PTC Ottawa's Designing the Next Genius conference on AI. Hopefully everyone was able to process the information learned earlier today, and we have a few more exciting activities planned for the rest of this conference. Just as a reminder, do not hesitate to speak up or use the chat function to ask any questions whenever you may need. We encourage everyone to use this opportunity and participate as much as they can. Yeah, go ahead.
So we'll now be moving on with our third keynote speaker of the day. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce Professor James Green. Dr. Green is a full professor and a senior member of the IEEE at Carleton University. His research focuses on machine learning challenges in biomedical informatics, particularly in the presence of class imbalance and the prediction of rare events. Dr. Green has published over 100 peer-reviewed manuscripts in journals and conference proceedings. His current research projects include the prediction of protein structure, function, and interaction, as well as the use of semi-supervised machine learning for the identification of microRNA and much more. In addition to research, Dr. Green puts a considerable emphasis on teaching. He is currently teaching in the areas of pattern classification and experiment design, biomedical engineering, and machine learning. So let's all give a warm welcome to Dr. Green.
Terrific. Thank you very much. Thanks for having me, and thanks for the kind introduction. Okay, so today I thought I would basically run through the first lecture of my graduate course on pattern classification. So I want to just bring everybody up to speed. I don't know how much everybody here in the conference knows about machine learning and more specifically pattern classification. So just lay out a bunch of concepts and then talk about some examples of machine learning research that are ongoing in my own lab at Carleton University. Okay, so supervised machine learning, the basics, and then talk about some advanced machine learning topics, measuring accuracy and testing, feature selection, classifier complexity, class imbalance, and rare events, and then research examples from bioinformatics, medical informatics, and then a little bit on critical infrastructure resilience or monitoring. So before getting into machine learning and how does it work algorithmically, I think it's worth just really appreciating how difficult this problem is. Okay, so we as humans, we are fantastic pattern classifiers or learners, not machine learners, but just learners. We're able to interpret signals from the world around us and come to decisions and act on them. So if you reach into your pocket and you might have 4 different keys there, a car key, a house key, a bike key, an office key, and just from the tips of your fingers, you can tell which key is which and which one you need right now. You can go into a grocery store and have a pile of apples, and you could pick up any one of those apples, and just by smelling it, you can tell which one's underripe, perfectly ripe, and overripe. Okay? You can look at a room full of facial expressions. Look at the expressions on people's faces, and just by looking at them, you know whether they're bored or angry or sad or excited or tuned out. And then there's handwriting. So handwriting is now largely a solved problem for machine learning, I'd say in the last 10 years. But handwriting, I can get a class of 100 students, and every student can submit their assignment in their own handwriting. And somehow I can read 100 different forms of handwriting, and they're all unique. They all look different, but I can extract the core meaning, the core patterns from all those scribbles, interpret what they mean, and act on it. Every one of the tasks that I've just described that you can do naturally without even thinking about it are extremely difficult for a machine to do. So machine learning is the task of learning patterns and rules and what actions to take, learning that from inputs from the environment. So you might have sensors feeding you data, and then you're going to automatically analyze those data, extract the knowledge, extract the rules, and be able to act on it. So you can learn directly from the data without human intervention. In machine learning, machine perception, or pattern classification, we're trying to build machines that can recognize patterns, maybe for speech recognition, maybe for fingerprint identification, maybe for optical character recognition to recognize handwriting, maybe for DNA sequence identification. Do you want to tell the difference between different strains of bacteria in a food sample to know whether or not it's dangerous to eat, for example? So for the next 20 or so minutes, I'm going to run through a lot of material from a textbook from Duda Hart and Stork called Pattern Classification. Again, this would correspond to essentially the first lecture of my graduate course on pattern classification and experiment design. Okay, so first of all, supervised machine learning. I just want to get the big picture of what is the difference between training, testing, and then deployment. Okay, so let's skip over these words and go to pictures. This flowchart illustrates training. This is how you do machine learning. Okay, so let me see if I can. Let's use the pen. So again, this is training. We have a bunch of data, and those data have 2 parts. Number 1, we have feature data. Okay, and number 2, for each example, you know the actual answer. You know whether it's an apple or an orange, or you know whether it's a dangerous pathogen or a harmless pathogen. So you know both the input and you also know the output. It's labeled data. These are called labels, and this is feature data. So then we put in the feature data into a classifier. That classifier is often just initialized randomly, and out comes a predicted class. So you take an apple, you measure its features, you put the features into the classifier, it predicts a class, and then you compare it to the actual known label. This is an apple, not an orange. If it's right, then you might feed that back to the classifier and then reinforce what it's learned. And if it's wrong, if it's made an error, then you feed that error back into the classifier and you change it in some way. Maybe you change its parameters. Maybe you remove a rule or add a rule or change a rule, or you add a new branch to your decision tree, or you change the weights in a deep neural network. It's all the same, right? There's some kind of learning algorithm that, based on the error that gets fed back or the loss function, you change the parameters of your classifier and you keep going. You get another example and you feed that example in here and it produces a predicted class, and you compare it to the known output that you want. And again, if it's right, you reinforce it. If it's wrong, you feed that error back through and you change it again. And you iterate through all your training data, all your label training data, until you're confident that the classifier has learned everything it can from your data. Now we want to test it. Before you deploy your system, maybe this is a system to, look at people coming off cruise ships and guess whether or not they should go into quarantine. The person walking the gangplank off the cruise ship, you've got some video and it's extracting features by their gait, by the way they're walking. Do they or do they not have COVID or Ebola or, COVID-25? So before you deploy that system, you should have some confidence that it learned something useful and that it's going to work well on future data. We don't really care how well it worked on the training data, because the training data, we already knew the answer. We want to know how well will your system do in the future on new data. So you take your testing data that the classifier has never seen before, and you run through them. It's a bunch of examples. Okay, you have a bunch of examples in your database, and every example has both feature data. You put in the feature data as the input into your trained classifier that you're not learning anymore. You're not going to change it. It makes a prediction, and then you take the answer for that record, for that exemplar, and you just report the accuracy. And you just count. Maybe you have 100 test samples, and you, just like a final exam for your courses, you're going to now see how strong is your classifier, and you report the score out of 100. How many did you get right? Maybe we want to look at the score just on the Ebola patients. Maybe you want to look at the score just on the patients who are not Ebola. Maybe you want to look at the performance only when the model said, yes, quarantine the person. There's all sorts of different performance metrics, but they all basically ask the same questions. And then eventually, if you're happy enough, if the performance is good enough, then you will deploy your system. You put it into operation. And this is where there's nobody standing there checking to see if the answer is right or wrong. You get new data, new samples, new patients, new fruit, whatever it is. You extract features. You put those features in here to your pre-trained classifier. It predicts something, and out comes a decision or an action. And maybe that's charge the customer for a watermelon, even if it's a grape. Maybe it's take this passenger and put them into quarantine, even if they're not sick. Okay? So that's operation. So we have training, test, and then deployment or operation. So let's go through another example. Here, this is an example of you have been hired to work in a fish processing plant, and you want to automatically differentiate. There's two types of fish that arrive at this fish processing plant. There's salmon and then there's sea bass. And as the fish pass under, it's hard to see here, but that's a camera. And as the fish pass under the camera, it extracts features automatically. Okay, so you do some pre-processing on the images, and then you extract the features, and then you put the feature data into your classifier, and then it tells you whether it's salmon. Salmon is very valuable, or whether it's sea bass. And sea bass is that's going to go into a can of dog food. Okay, nobody wants sea bass. Let's just pretend. So an important problem. How are we going to approach this? Well, you do some problem analysis. You go and catch some fish. So you look at a week's worth of fish, or a day's worth of fish, or a year's worth of fish. And you can measure features from those fish. You can measure a fish length, lightness, width, number and shape of fins, position of the mouth, etc. Those features might be continuous, like length. Is it 42 millimeters or is it 42.5 millimeters? It's continuous. It could be nominal or categorical. Is it striped or spotted? Okay. Or it could be ordinal. How many fins does it have? It's either 1, 2, 3, or 4. That's it. There's no 1.5 fins. It's just ordered. And ultimately, we might use only a subset of these features. Maybe we don't want to use all the features. Maybe we want to use more features. Let's talk about that. So in order to build your classifier, you go and you talk to the person that you're trying to put out of job. This is the person that's been working at the plant for the last 50 years. And they're really good at telling fish apart. They can look at a fish and know right away if it's a salmon or a sea bass. So you talk to them. And that person tells you that salmon are generally shorter than sea bass. So that's some useful information. You've learned something about the problem. Let's build our classifier based on what we know. So you select the length of the fish for your discriminant function. So you go out and you catch 50 salmon and 50 sea bass, and you measure their length and you plot them. So this is a histogram where in black is shown the lengths of the salmon, and in pink is shown the lengths of the sea bass. And sure enough, the person that you spoke to is right. Sea bass tend to be longer than salmon. Okay? So you come up with some optimal decision boundary. So in this case, the decision is you catch a fish, and if the fish is greater than 11 centimeters in length, or 11 inches, then it's going to be a sea bass. And if it's less than 11, it's going to be a salmon. It's a simple rule. How did we come up with 11? You know, maybe it should have been 14. Maybe it should have been 24. Okay. Well, we came up with that using some kind of algorithm, and there's many different algorithms that can determine the threshold that you should use based on a sample of data. So you put in 50 salmon lengths and 50 sea bass lengths, and it will optimize where to place the boundary. So we're going to just, don't worry about that for now. That's our boundary. This is our rule. Catch a fish if it's greater than 11, it's sea bass. So is this a good rule? Well, in general, salmon are longer, but look, there's all of these sea bass that were short. And all of these sea bass will be misclassified by your rule. They're actually sea bass, but your rule is going to tell them, tell the processing plant that it's a salmon. So those are errors. And then there's all of these. These are all the long salmon that, wow, really expensive, valuable fish here. All of these salmon are going to be misclassified as sea bass. So not a great rule. So although on average, salmon are shorter than sea bass, length is a poor feature alone. Let's try a different feature. So we go back, we talk to the person and said, yeah, you're kind of right about the length, but it didn't work very well. What else do you know? And they say, oh, well, lightness. Let me tell you, sea bass tend to be lighter in color than salmon. So you go and you get your 50 salmon and your 50 sea bass and you measure their lightness and you plot it. So again, it's a histogram here. And we get our optimal decision boundary. It's going to be, what are we looking at here? About 5.7. So you catch a fish, you measure its lightness. If it's greater than 5.7, it's a sea bass. And if it's less, it's a salmon. So how many errors are we making now? We now have one and then another 4. So 5 sea bass out of our 50 were misclassified. And it looks like, oh, actually that was 6, that was 7. And then 3 more here, 4, 5. 5 salmon are misclassified as sea bass. That's a much better classifier than length. There's much less overlap in their distributions. The better separated the distributions are, the easier it is to have a rule that clearly distinguishes between them. Furthermore, we could talk about the cost of errors. Okay, there's these errors over here. Those are sea bass that you are going to put into a can that has a label called salmon. Okay, and you're going to sell it to the customer, and that customer is going to bring home the salmon, and they're going to be so excited to have wonderful salmon. They're having people over for dinner. It's a very fancy dinner, and they open up their tin or they open up their steak, a salmon steak, and inside is a stinky sea bass. They will sue you. They will never buy from you again. They will give the grocery store a hard time. Those are very costly errors. And then we have these errors over here, where these are salmon that end up in dog food. Is that a costly error? Is the dog going to complain if it gets some tasty salmon by accident? No. We've lost a little bit of money. We could have made money on those salmon if we'd sold them as salmon steaks instead of dog food. But I would say that is a much less costly error than this error. So what can you do about that? Right? If you want to minimize, instead of minimizing the total number of errors, maybe we want to minimize the total cost to the company. And in that case, you might consider moving your decision boundary in this direction. Okay? And if we moved our decision boundary in this direction, then you're going to reduce these expensive errors. You're going to increase these errors that are not as expensive. And overall, you're going to have happier customers. So maybe we should move it to here. Maybe that's our new decision boundary that's going to minimize our total cost. So there's lots of concepts here. There's error rates, there's costs, there's differential costs between different types of errors, etc. So let's come up with a new feature vector. Maybe we can do better than length and lightness. Okay. No single feature provides perfect separation of our 2 fish types or our 2 classes. So instead, we could combine multiple features. Maybe we'll look at both lightness and width simultaneously. We now have a model for a fish. We have this quantitative numeric model for a fish. The model is this two-dimensional vector. You catch a fish, you measure its lightness and its width, and those two numbers as a tuple, as a little short vector, that is now your model for a fish. And our feature space now is two-dimensional feature space instead of one-dimensional. So it's no longer a histogram. Now we're using something called a scatter plot. And again, here we've got this decision boundary where we say you catch a fish, you measure its lightness, you measure its width. So let's say its lightness is 1/8 and its width is 19. So I go over here and I would put a point here and I'd say, what is that? Well, if that point is above this line, okay, if it's above this discriminant boundary, then it's going to be declared a sea bass. And if it's below the discriminant boundary to the left, it's a salmon. Is this boundary better than the discriminant boundaries we used before? Okay, how would you answer that question? Well, you might count, as we did before, the number of errors. So based on our training data, the 50 training samples or fish we had, how many errors are we making? Okay, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 salmon are sold as sea bass. That's a very costly error. And 1, 2, 3 sea bass are being sold as salmon. So your total number of errors is 8. That's better than before. Cost of errors is a little high. We might choose to move our decision boundary to the top right a little bit. And then you might ask, okay, where did this line come from? How come it's this line instead of this line or this line or that line or this line? Well, there's many different algorithms. Again, there's different algorithms for given a set of data to best fit a discriminant boundary. I'm not going to worry about that today. Just know that they exist. There's, we could talk about many different ways. Support vector machines, neural networks, nearest neighbor. I'm blanking now. Decision trees, association rules. Many different ways to best fit those models. Okay, so we went from 1 feature to 2 features, and we did better. Why don't we go from 2 features to 3 features? Why don't we go from 2 to 50? Okay, we could continue to add features as long as they're not identical. I wouldn't want to add the length of a fish in centimeters and also the length of a fish in inches, because those are the same thing. So as long as they're independent of each other and not perfectly correlated, we could just keep adding features and end up with an extremely complex classifier. So here is a very highly nonlinear decision boundary. And if I said, is it better than our previous one? Well, let's count the errors. I've got, I have 0 errors. This must be a better classifier, right? No, right? So there's another concept here. And it's that if all you ever do is seek to get perfect classification on your training data, then your classifier will probably become overfit to your training data and will fail to generalize to new data. Okay. Again, we don't want to classify these 100 fish. I want to classify the 1,000 fish that will be caught in the remainder of the year and the year after, and in a different body of water with a different fishing boat. Okay. And just to drive it home, so let's say you've caught that fish and its lightness is 4.4 and its length is 18.2. So there's your new fish. As the human, you're looking at these data, and again, humans, we're really good at pattern classification. We have 300,000 years of being humans and training our brains to recognize threats and survive. So I can look at that point and I can say that is a salmon. That is more like the salmon cluster than the sea bass cluster, and yet our overly complex classifier would have you believe that it is a sea bass. So having a classifier that is too complex is likely to overfit and will fail to generalize. So we really need to test not only on the training data, but also on the test data. So here's perhaps a balance. It's not a linear classifier. We didn't constrain ourselves to be a line, but we also didn't let ourselves go totally crazy here and make this perfect classifier that makes no errors. this is a quadratic, let's say, and maybe that's a reasonable balance in terms of balancing complexity and accuracy. And just to remind you that this whole classification, that we've been focused on this one classification step, but it's part of a larger system. If you're going to actually build this system, design it, and deploy it, then you're talking about you have sensors to measure lightness, length, width, mass, spots. Segmentation, you might need to segment the image of the fish from the background. You have to extract all those features. And then we get to the classification. That's where your neural network is. That's where your support vector machine is. Yeah, that's where your transformer is. And then there's post-processing, where we take into account, you know, that your sales team keeps telling you, you have to stop sending me cans of sea bass that are labeled as salmon. It's killing us. Okay, that's post-processing, where we might say, yeah, even though the classifier said we think it's a salmon, we're not going to believe it unless it's really, really confident. Okay? And this is an engineering problem. I was talking to the organizers of this conference beforehand, and it sounds like about half of them are going to computer science and half of them to computer engineering. And I'll put in my sales pitch here for engineering. Engineering is about solving real world problems. Yes, we could spend our whole career focused on one algorithm in one step here. But if you want to look at the big picture and solve the problem and build a system that can be deployed in the real world, that becomes engineering. All right, related fields. We have image processing, machine vision, computer vision, regression, interpolation, density estimation, data mining, big data analytics, machine learning, artificial intelligence. All of these fields are related to what we're talking about today. I'm calling it pattern classification, which is one type of machine learning, which is a subset of AI. Okay, so we've spent a lot of time now talking about supervised learning, and supervised learning, we know the answer, right? In our training data, we have both feature data and we also have the actual answer. But there's another entire field of machine learning called unsupervised learning. So let's do some unsupervised learning. Okay, I'd like everybody here on the call to please cluster these items. Okay, so let's give us 20 seconds of concerted effort here. Look at these 8 items and cluster them. Figure out which ones belong together. Okay, go. I'm gonna time us here. Do we have a chat window? Can somebody either, oh, thank you. We're getting some guesses rolling. So Rohan's clustered 2 and 7. 2 and 7, okay. Okay, somebody else here, Daniel, clothing versus accessories versus food. Ilana is clustering the Nutella with the wine. Joseph, same thing. Danny is putting 1, 2, 3, 5, 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7 versus 8, all by it. This is 4. Here, 4 and 5. Thank you, Emma. Use them both for getting ready. So yeah, it's interesting you came up with that. Thank you. 4 and 5. Yep. Unsupervised learning is if you ask a computer, cluster these items, it will do it. And it'll tell you what the clusters are. And it might be answering the wrong question. So if you are Amazon and you're trying to cluster sales items into items that you should ship by ground versus items that you should ship by air, then maybe you'd be looking at which ones are heavy or bulky. Okay. Or maybe you're working as a customs official at the border and you're trying to decide which items should be rejected. Okay, you cannot bring wine or Nutella into the country. Those are food items. And this item should be taxed. The rest of them can go through. Or maybe, as one of you, I think it was Ella, These items actually come, if you click on the website on the right side, this is just some random person on the internet. This is her favorite things in life. So you're actually the closest. So thank you all for playing. This is why I do not do unsupervised learning, okay? Because it's just no fun. You don't know the answer. And if you let the algorithm run amok, it will give you clusters and they might not be at all meaningful to what you're hoping to achieve. That being said, the amount of unsupervised, unlabeled data out there, it dwarfs labeled data. You can go onto the internet and download terabytes of text that is unlabeled. Well, can we do anything with that? That seems valuable. Absolutely. So we're now seeing this self-learning used to train transformer models to then form the basis for later. We use those transformer models, those learned representations, to do natural language processing tasks that until 5 years ago were unthinkable. They were just too complex. There's no way to approach them. All of a sudden, it was actually unsupervised learning that allowed them to create meaningful, deep representations that simplify the supervised learning problem to the point where now we can answer really interesting questions. So as much as I diss unsupervised learning, it's extremely useful. All right, let's keep going. So that was the crash course in machine learning. You now have completed lecture 1 of my graduate course. Congratulations. And you know what pattern classification is. Let's go to this is about lecture 6. We're going to talk about measuring accuracy and testing. We've already done that a little bit. We've talked about, counting the number of errors in your training data, looking at the cost of errors, and then move on to feature selection. We've talked about that a bit, going from one feature to a different feature to 2 features to too many features, and then class imbalance. So testing and reporting results. These are the types of questions we want to answer. How do you accurately measure and report the accuracy of a pattern classifier? Right? You've been hired by Loblaws to build a self-checkout where you can put fruits onto the scanner and it takes a photo of the fruit and it weighs it and it has to charge the customer for the correct type of fruit. Is that a watermelon, a grape, or a star fruit? Okay. So before you sell that to Loblaws, before you deliver your product, they are going to want to know how accurate will it be a year from now in a different store. How do you objectively compare 2 classifiers over a given problem? So when you're asked to build this system, you go to the literature and you find, wow, there's like 1,000 different algorithms that are published out there that could all be useful. Which one is best for my problem? I'm going to try both deep neural networks and also support vector machines. How do I compare their accuracy? Okay, question number 3, how can we predict how well a classifier will generalize given its performance over our training data or even over our testing data? So you've now gotten all these fruits from one Loblaws store and your classifier is awesome. It's perfect, 99% accuracy, okay? Well, how accurate will it be in a different store, in a different city, in a different season? Maybe the color of apples. In the spring, all your apples are red, but in the fall, there's a lot of green and yellow apples. Ooh, I didn't see that coming. All of a sudden, your classifier breaks, right? And lastly, how confident can we be in any of these estimates? And what are the effects or impact of experiment design? I'm not going to get into that today, but there's all sorts of statistics on hypothesis testing where you'd want to know, the answer is, and this is how certain I am. That's a different, this is a secondary question. So if we're going to measure accuracy, so far we've just been counting errors. And if all you do is count errors, you're basically measuring the accuracy. Accuracy is just error rate, right? If you only want to measure the accuracy over those, oh, I'm sorry, I'm being told that my internet has gone unstable. Hopefully you can hear me again. If you measure just the accuracy over those samples that are positive, only the sick patients, that's sensitivity. If you measure your accuracy only over those samples that are truly negative or healthy, that's specificity. If you, this is kind of 1 minus, 1 minus, positive, predictive. Precision is another nice one. Precision is, what is the accuracy of my system when I only look at those samples where my system said yes? So again, if we return to the travelers disembarking from cruise ships and you're trying to guess who is sick, then maybe I really care about when the system says yes, throw this person in quarantine. How often is it right? That's precision. Negative predicted value could be the opposite. When my system says, no problem, go home and hug your family, how often is it right? Because it better be right all the time. You don't want to send somebody with Ebola home to their family. False discovery, all of these are all different aspects of performance. Then we also have receiver operator characteristic curves, ROC curves, ROC curves look kind of like that. You have PR curves, which look a little weird. And then you could look at the area under those curves, right? There's lots of different ways to measure accuracy. The nice thing is that all of these are based on the confusion table. Okay, so let's look at that. That's a confusion table. If I had 100 samples, 50 sea bass, 50 salmon, and so I say my positive class here, positive, this is going to be salmon, and my negative class is going to be sea bass. And then you look at each one of your 100 fish and you let the classifier guess whether it's a salmon or a sea bass. If it is actually a salmon and the classifier says, yes, it's a salmon, then you've just made a true positive and it's green, it's happy, you've done well. If it's actually a salmon and your classifier said, nope, put it in a dog food tin, is actually positive, but your classifier thought it was negative, then you have just made a false negative. We've talked about how the vice versa might be more costly to the company. This is something that's actually a sea bass, so it's actually negative, but you've said is positive. That is a false positive. False positives, again, for this problem are very costly. For other problems, maybe false negatives are more costly. Who knows? And then obviously the last case here is a true negative. That's where it is negative and your classifier said, yes, it's negative. So it got it right. So when it's right, it's green. When it's wrong, it's orange. It's the difference between type 1 errors and type 2 errors, false positives versus a false negative. And then I can define all of these things: accuracy, sensitivity, specificity, false positive rate, precision, false discovery rate, F measure. All of these things can be measured just if you know these counts, okay? If I had 50 salmon and I had 50 sea bass, then maybe I'm going to end up with, of these 50, 40 of them ended up here and 10 of them were here, and maybe only 30 of the sea bass were caught and 20 of them ended up here. So now you have numbers. You know what true positive, false negative, false, and true negative, and I can put those numbers into my equations, and you can compute all sorts of different performance metrics, whatever you're interested in. Okay, so how are we going to do that? Well, previously we were just using our training data, and we've talked about our goal is not to do well on the training data. We want to do well on future independent test data. Okay, patients on the next cruise ship, fruit from a different loblaws in a different time of year. Okay? So what you want to do is you want to have a training set to learn from, and then also a validation set, and then possibly even another set called a test set. So we could take our data. Let's say you have, all these sample data. We caught 100 fish, and you might split that and say, okay, well, I'm going to use 70 for training and 20 for validation, and I'm going to hold back 10 for testing. And so you learn from your training data, you check to see how well you're doing on your validation data, and then you have your final test that you never learn from. Those test data are purely there to see how well you will do on data that the classifier has never seen before. This is akin to, I don't know, training is like assignments that you solve in class with the teacher, where they're there to help you. You know the answer. Validation might be a practice quiz. You go home, you have the answers, but you hide them, and you try the practice quiz and then check to see how well you did by looking at the answers. And if you didn't do well enough, you're going to go back and ask the teacher more questions. You're going to keep training. And then your test data, this is like your final exam. You only have one shot. You don't get to learn from it, and you might never know the answer. Somebody else might know the answer. All right, so problems with dimensionality. We've talked about going from one feature to two features to more features. How does the dimensionality, or the number of features, relate to how well will your classifier do? Well, the good news is that more features may increase accuracy, Okay. The bad news is something called the curse of dimensionality, which sounds like a scary movie. So let's focus on the good news first. Okay, so here's my data. This is, my old salmon and sea bass example, and if I only had one dimension here, this is length or lightness or width or whatever, you can see that the distribution of my data is highly overlapping. And since it's overlapping, all of these fish in the middle here will always be misclassified. No matter where I put the threshold, I can put my threshold here or here or here, my error rate will at minimum be proportionate to this overlapping region. If I add a second feature, I go from one feature, now I have two features. I have both lightness and width. Now my data is in 2 dimensions, and as a percentage, this area of overlap is actually less than in 1 dimension. And then if I add a third dimension, so I've got length and lightness and width, or number of fins or spots. As you do that, your data starts to tease apart in the 3rd dimension. And now all of a sudden I can pass a plane, and I can't draw this, but I'll do it anyway. I'm going to pass a plane that's going to pass between my samples and separate, what's above the plane from what's below the plane. And again, there's many algorithms for fitting that plane. Feature selection. So let's say that, for fish, I can come up with 20 different features, maybe more, that could describe a fish. Which one should I use? Okay. So that is the job of feature selection. Which of the features should we use? And Shalom Weiss and Kazimir Kulikowski say, if all features have good predictive capabilities, each feature on its own does well to separate your types of fish or your healthy patients from your sick patients or whatever you're doing. If all features have good predictive capabilities, any one of many classifications should do well. Otherwise, the situation is much less predictable. So feature selection is really important if your features are not that good, or some of them are good and some of them are poor. In other cases, it's an easy problem. You have lots of features and they're all good, then don't worry about feature selection so much. So some methods will actually do worse with more features. If you keep adding features, they're more likely to overfit. If you add redundant features, then that's bad. So you can use feature selection to mitigate these. So what does feature selection look like? Okay, so here's your data in 3D. And in 3D with 3 features, you can see that your classes are perfectly separable. You could pass planes between them and chop up that 3D space into, red versus orange versus gray. Now, if I project my data, I want to go from 3D down to 2D, then I can project it. Okay, so I'm projecting onto a plane, and the plane is defined by this normal vector. Okay, and as I move my normal vector around in space, my plane moves in space. So with the example on the right, the normal vector is like this. That's the W2 vector that you're seeing. And if you plot you project your 3D data down onto that plane, you can see that you have a lot of overlap. You overlap here and you overlap here. That's a very poor projection. So let's try something else. So we take our normal vector and you wiggle it around in space, and we come over to this W1 vector shown on the left. And when I project my 3 blobs down into that plane, I get perfect separation. I can now pass or define these discriminant boundaries in that 2-dimensional space and still get perfect separation of my data. So when you're trying to reduce your dimensionality, sometimes it's a matter of finding which subspace to project down onto to maximally retain the separability of your data. And again, there's algorithms that will do this for you automatically. Multiple discriminant analysis is one of these algorithms that will take high dimensional data and try to help you find the subspace into which you should project to end up with a simpler classifier, okay, a 2D classifier instead of a 3D classifier, but it's still easy to separate your classes. Okay, and then this is the third and the final kind of advanced concept that I want to talk about in terms of the workshop half of this talk. How are we doing for time? It's 2:42. We're almost halfway. So, class imbalance. Many events of interest, especially naturally occurring events, are rare. So if we looked at pairs of human proteins, and you're trying to guess which pairs of human proteins physically interact and which ones don't, there might only be 500,000 protein-protein interactions among 250 million human protein pairs. So that's like a 500-to-1 ratio. There's only one positive protein pair that actually interacts, versus for every one positive, you might have 500 negatives. If we're looking for microRNAs in the genome, so right now I am working with Agriculture Canada. We are looking to find microRNAs inside a worm. It's a nematode that has invaded Canadian soil and is traveling through the soil, and it destroys the roots of soy plants. And soy is one of the most valuable agricultural crops in Canada. And this nematode is destroying the industry. So they want to understand at a molecular level, how does the nematode interact with the plant so that maybe we can design better pesticides? Maybe you could do genetic engineering to modify the soy plant to change the way it responds to infection, so it's more robust to infection. Or maybe we could just, without using genetic modification, maybe we can find strains of soy that grow in different parts of the world, different climates, that are going to be more resistant. If we better understand the molecular interactions, then that's potentially going to help us solve the problem. So we are searching through the genome of this nematode and trying to find all the microRNAs. MicroRNAs are short, expressed RNA sequences that can control other genes. They can turn other genes on and off. And we're actually testing right now with our collaborators in Quebec City and in Ottawa whether or not the nematode microRNAs might actually enter the soy roots cells and change the way, maybe it goes in and turns off the soy plant's defense mechanisms, changes the expression of the genes in the plant. Anyway, really neat stuff. That was a total aside. So back to my point. If we look in human, there are 11 million little bits of DNA that sort of look like microRNAs, and maybe only 2,600, maybe 3,000 known microRNA in this database. That leads to 4,000 negatives for every one positive. Most biopsies are normal. People come in, they get biopsied. I don't know, maybe 1 in 100, maybe 1 in 1,000 is actually cancerous or diseased. So if you're a radiologist and you're looking at biopsies all day, you're going to see 100, nope, wait, this person needs follow-up, this person needs surgery. How do you do that, right? How do you stay focused and find the needle in the haystack? And then similarly, most financial transactions are legitimate. When I'm standing at the gas pump and I tap my credit card and it's -30, and I tap my credit card on the gas pump and it's thinking about it, it's like, let me just check with the credit card company to make sure that this card is not stolen. Most transactions, I don't know, 99.99% of credit card transactions are perfectly legal and they should be permitted without any delay. But it's that 1 in 1,000, 1 in 10,000 that is an illegal transaction and it should be blocked. How do you find those rare events? And just as a definition, then I'm going to say a data set is imbalanced if the classification categories or the classes are not approximately equally represented. If it's not kind of half apples, half oranges, if it's 1 apple and 1,000 oranges, this is a harder problem. And a lot of the algorithms designed for balanced data will fail. So let's do a thought experiment. Let's say you have this big bag of balls, and let's see, 10% of them are red and 90% of them are black. Okay, so big bag of balls, big bag of balls, and most of them are black. I know I'm drawing in red, that really doesn't help. And only a small number of them are red. So if most of them are black and only 10% are red, and you're going to draw 10 balls, 1 ball at a time. So you have to reach into the bag, grab a ball, pull it out, and without looking at it, you have to guess whether that ball is black or red. What color should you guess for each? Okay, so why don't we go back to the chat window here? You want to give me some guesses? 90% of the balls are black, 10% are red. You have to guess one at a time. Okay, that's right. So Daniel's guessing that the optimal rule is to always say black, even though you know you'll be wrong 1 in 10 times. If you pull out 10 balls, I'm fully expecting one of them to be red because 10% are red. It is still the best strategy to always guess the dominant class. Okay. So point number one, don't blame the classifier, because that's what classifiers do. If you give it a bunch of data that is imbalanced, right? There's only a tiny number of black balls or a tiny number of red balls among the rest, the classifier, and you say maximize accuracy, then it will just go with the simple rule of all my patients are healthy. Everybody coming off the cruise ship is healthy. Don't quarantine anybody, because that will maximize your overall accuracy. So the classifier is learning the optimal rule just like you did. Okay? But point number two, so what if the red balls are the patients with cancer? So now you're the radiologist. You want to maximize your accuracy? Just tell them everybody's healthy. Is that useful? Not at all, right? We are sometimes most interested in those rare classes, rare examples, and we need to somehow focus on them. So this leads to two problems. Number one is that classifiers tend to always predict the dominant class and ignore the rare class. You give them an imbalanced problem and you just let the algorithm go and say, find me the best rule, find me the best decision threshold. It will come back, almost invariably, it will come back and just tell you, here's the rule, always choose the dominant class. Okay, that's not useful. Then the opposite can also happen. You can tell the classifier, no, I really need you to focus on the rare class. Then what can happen is the classifier starts to over-predict the rare class and putting everybody in quarantine. Well, that's not useful either. So we need to consider this true positive rate, false positive rate trade-off. And you need to think about it during training. Lots of people do it during training, but you'll also need to think about it when you're evaluating or testing your classifier. So this is an example I give to my graduate students. And I say, okay, here's a plane. And you can see that I've colored in half of the seats in red. So half of the seats on this plane, the patients are sick, they have COVID. This plane has just arrived at the airport in Ottawa. And you're watching people disembark, just like the cruise ship example. And I've told you half of them are sick. So you come up with a classifier, right? You do your feature extraction. So, you have your patient, you go into your feature extraction, and that goes into your classifier. And then this, maybe you've got some performance metrics. So you've got an ROC curve, and the ROC curve looks like this. So you decide, okay, there's my operating point. This is my false positive rate. And this is my true positive rate. Okay. And that's going to be my classifier. And it's right 95% of the time. Isn't that fantastic? So then you take your system and you try to deploy it. But the problem is the data that I gave my students is not representative of reality. I gave them an artificially balanced data set. The reality is, we hope, this. These are all the planes that arrive in Ottawa in a day. And out of all the planes, only one person on one plane is actually sick. So the operating point that you thought was optimal, my rule is, well, I looked at my positives and I looked at my negatives and I came up with this decision threshold. There's my threshold. If their temperature is above 37 degrees Celsius, they're sick. That really worked well for these data, these balanced data. But in this case, when the data is extremely rare, all of a sudden you're putting everybody in quarantine, right? Your operating point is likely going to change if your class imbalance changes, right? We've changed the problem. You're now looking for a needle in a haystack instead of a needle in a needle factory. Okay, so that's it. This was the workshop half. Workshop. And now we'll just burn out the rest of our time. If you ever ask a professor to talk about their research, grab a drink, because yeah, we can go forever. So I will try to keep this down to the allotted time. Thank you for the talk about my research. I'm going to give you a little bit on some examples in bioinformatics, where again, we're looking at DNA, proteins, a little bit on medical informatics. This is largely patient monitoring, remote patient monitoring, or non-contact patient monitoring. And then I'm going to end out, if we have time, just doing a little bit on critical infrastructure resilience, some work that I'm doing with Natural Resource Canada. So that's me. That was me before COVID, when I could have haircuts. What does my research, what does my lab do? So it's the Carleton University Biomedical Informatics Collaboratory, or CUBIC. My students named it that. That's not my choice, but I like it. we do machine learning. We have an emphasis on these rare event predictions, as we just talked about. We work in bioinformatics. I have many collaborators that are molecular biologists, that are biochemists, etc. We also work in the area of medical informatics. We have collaborators who are physiotherapists, who are nurses, who are neonatologists or surgeons. And then oftentimes we use high performance computing. High performance computing is where Canada has invested billions of dollars into buying these enormous servers, top 500 supercomputer type servers that are really useful if you need to get your answer very quickly and you have to ask 250 million questions. How do you do that quickly? Well, all of a sudden now your algorithm is not only does it have to be accurate, but it also has to be exceptionally fast and be able to parallelize on a GPU with 1,000 cores or on a cluster with 1,000 computers. All right, so in terms of bioinformatics, we'll talk about a few projects here. In the top left, this is protein-protein interaction prediction. We've talked about that a little bit. Actually, what's shown in this photo is the design of an aptamer, which is a short length of RNA that is extremely specific and could be used to detect other chemicals. So it's a small molecule that fits into binding pockets on cocaine, stuff like that. On the right here, we're predicting microRNAs. We've talked about microRNAs a little bit. Again, short lengths of RNA that can control the expression of other genes. In the bottom left, this is more of an algorithmic contribution. Reciprocal perspective is a new way to optimize your classifier, especially in the case where you are predicting pairs. So if you're predicting, sometimes it's, is this is this fruit an apple or an orange? There's lots of questions like that. But many of the questions are actually pairwise. These two proteins, do they interact? And it's a pair, because if they interact, then that relationship goes both ways. This microRNA, does it target this messenger RNA or this gene? That's a pairwise question. For Amazon, will this customer purchase this item? It's a pairwise question. For Netflix, will this person enjoy this movie? Again, it's a pairwise question. There's many pairwise prediction questions. And there's a number of algorithms specifically designed for that, like recommender systems. However, we have taken a new approach here where if you're trying to predict on a pair, then can we leverage that? And then finally, in the bottom right, this is looking for post-translational modifications of proteins. So let's focus first on PIPE. PIPE takes in two query protein sequences. So I have protein A and protein B, and then we look at them and you slide a little window along that sequence and you're looking for examples of other pairs of proteins that interact, okay? So they interact and they're similar to my pair of proteins. I want to know if A and B interact. Well, let's go to the database of everything we know. And if we see another pair that looks, well, this one looks like A and this one looks like B, okay, that adds to my confidence that this interaction might take place. And then you sum that up over the thousands of examples and all of a sudden you end up with this landscape with this is the height of evidence at any given position. So the position on A and B, that's the position on A and the position on B. So when the window is centered there, I get a little window there, I get a window there, then I found many examples of other interacting proteins that share sequence similarity to that spot. It's quite a simple algorithm. The fact that I can explain it to you in 45 seconds tells you it's a fairly simple algorithm. What's really beautiful about this algorithm is that it is massively parallel. We can put this onto a supercomputer and run 1 million copies of the program at once and work through the entire human interactome in a week, which was unthinkable a few years ago. It's also nice because it only needs protein sequence and not structure. So you don't need to know the 3D structure. There's some other like molecular dynamics approaches where you take two proteins and if you know their 3D structure and you can bump them against each other and then, oh, look at that, lock and key. Wow, these must interact because they fit together. That takes time. That's extremely complex. Even with high performance computing, there's no way that you could run that on 250 million protein pairs. species-specific and semi-supervised prediction of microRNAs. So we talked about two examples earlier. We talked about supervised machine learning, where your training data is labeled, and you know, is this a microRNA, yes or no? And then we talked about unsupervised learning, where you don't know the answer, and you just ask the algorithm, like, find me examples that are similar, cluster my data, right? There's something called semi-supervised machine learning, where you have some data where you know the answer, and then you have lots and lots and lots of data where you don't know the answer. How can I learn? I'm going to start with the labeled data and then use the vast quantities of unlabeled data to help me fine-tune my classifier. That's called semi-supervised learning. And in this case, when you're trying, you know, I am really interested in this lizard, okay? Or in my case, as I was telling you, I'm really interested in this worm that's attacking soybeans. And maybe I know nothing about it. Nobody's studied this lizard yet. But there's this model organism, okay? There's this frog that people have studied in labs all over the world. We know a lot about the frog, and I need to ask questions about the lizard. Well, how do I optimally choose my training data so that all my examples are from species that are related to my target species? I want to be as lizard-like as I can when I'm building my data set, but I also don't want to ignore the vast quantities of data from human or from a certain type of plant, for example. So that's semi-supervised data, semi-supervised learning, and choosing your data from different species. Methyl site, as I mentioned, this is a protein. This is the 3D structure of the protein, and maybe there is a chemical modification at one point where it adds a methyl group to one of the lysines or arginine residues in the structure. And yeah, so we're trying to guess from the sequence of a protein whether or not it will be chemically modified in this way. And there's many, many different types of post-translational modification, methylation, sumylation, ubiquitination, phosphorylation, acetylation, glycosylation. There's all sorts of different ways that proteins are chemically modified after they're built at the ribosome. Now they're chemically modified to change their location, their function, their longevity, their interactions, all sorts of different, a very interesting field of molecular biology. And I've worked on a number of those problems. Reciprocal perspective. So remember we talked about, this is the idea of if you're trying to predict something about a pair of proteins, and I have high performance computing. That's also important. That's a secondary requirement for reciprocal perspective. So let's say that I'm trying to predict whether the orange protein and the blue protein interact. So what I've shown here in orange is the prediction score for the orange protein versus every other protein in yeast, of which there's approximately 6,600. Okay, so with the orange protein, I report the score. So this is the orange curve, right? The orange curve is going along here. So there's lots of proteins that score somewhere around 100, 150. And there's a few proteins that score very low. Oh, but look at this. There's a small number of proteins that score very highly against orange. So it looks like orange might interact with those. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, but it's above baseline. And then I look at the blue. I'm going to erase my annotations here. Then I look at the blue protein. And again, there's a small number of proteins that score very highly against blue, but most of the 6,600 proteins in yeast score very poorly against blue. So remember, now I'm trying to guess, does orange interact with blue? Well, on the orange curve, somewhere here is the blue protein. Let's hope maybe the blue, out of that, maybe this orange point right here is actually, that is blue versus orange. Maybe blue is one of the highest scoring proteins on the orange curve. And then I look on the blue curve and, oh, well, let's say that one right here. That is orange versus blue. So all of a sudden now when I look from the perspective of orange, blue is very likely to interact with it. It's way above baseline. And when I look at from the perspective of blue, wow, the orange point is way above blue's baseline. Now, orange's baseline score is up here at 130. Blue's baseline is way down here. It's down at 40. So it's important to consider that score from both perspectives. Okay, that's why it's called reciprocal perspective. You want to put your prediction score in the context of all possible proteins that might interact with each one, and look at it from the perspective of the orange protein, and then look at it again from the perspective of the blue protein. And by doing this, we've shown that we can improve the accuracy of many different classifiers across many different problems. The lead graduate student on this is Kevin Dick. He's a PhD student. He has applied this to protein-protein interaction, microRNA, mRNA interaction, and also the Netflix challenge. So also to recommender systems, where these curves might be curves for users and curves for movies. Okay, if this movie is one of the top 10 suggestions for you, and if we look at that movie, are you in the top 10 users, or is this a movie that's recommended to everybody? Right? You'd want to know that. So that was bioinformatics. Let's talk about some medical informatics projects. This is not medical informatics. This one here, we throw people with PTSD or mild traumatic brain injury or complex pain, we put them into a virtual reality environment, and we want to know whether or not they're stressed by using physiologic data. So we'll talk about that. This is a local company in Ottawa that's made an app for an iPad with a nice set of headphones. You can do a hearing test, and they wanted to be able to automatically analyze the hearing test data. They're now collecting something like 10,000 hearing tests a month. So they have this huge data repository, and we work together to analyze whether somebody has hearing loss or not, and what type. Down here, this has been a project I've been working with IBM, trying to use pressure-sensitive mats. And that's what's shown here in the black. Okay, so this is the PSM. You can see it here. So it's pressure-sensitive mat goes below the neonate. And then we also have an RGBD camera above the neonate. That's measuring color, RGB, near infrared, and also depth. So we have this multispectral camera, multimodal camera that tells us all sorts of information about the neonate, and we want to ask questions like, what's their heart rate, respiration rate? Are they moving? Are they sleeping? Are they present? Are they covered with a blanket? Are they on a respirator? Are they having their diaper changed right now? Are they being intubated right now? Are they being fed right now? All these questions we want to try to answer from the data from the camera plus the PSM. And then shown on the bottom right, we're not going to talk about this today, but this is a project that's received $500,000 in funding. It's going to go on for 4 years. We're working with the Ottawa Paramedic Service, CHEO, Orange, the ambulance company for Ontario. And we are looking at when you transport neonates to CHEO or to one of the other 3 centers in Ontario, sick kids, there's one in Hamilton and there's one in London. Sometimes you'd get a neonate. Maybe there's a neonate that's born prematurely in North Bay. Okay, that's a 5-hour drive away. They put that neonate into an ambulance in this equipment, okay, and they drive them for 5 hours to CHEO. Well, the clinical staff was a little concerned that, is the baby vibrating too much? Is it being shaken during transport? We know how dangerous it is to shake babies. What about premature babies that have just been born, that are in a clinical state that's quite fragile? It's important to quantify how much are babies being, what's the vibration levels during transport? What's the noise levels during transport? Both using ground transport, and we're also going to be flying around in helicopters and fixed wing aircraft to also quantify those vibration levels, and then to look, can we modify the equipment to reduce the vibration levels? So this is a custom sensor that one of my graduate students created. That is strapped onto a rubber baby, and we walked around CHEO and we drove all over Ottawa till we were all carsick, measuring vibrations. Okay, so as I mentioned, this is the PTSD study. You have patients, many of them are veterans with PTSD, mild traumatic brain injury, or complex pain, and you put them into a virtual reality environment, and we want to measure their stress levels or estimate their stress levels. So shown on the right here, you are trying to steer the boat by moving from left to right. You can see you're on, 60 motion platform. They're wearing a safety harness in case they collapse. They're on a split treadmill where the left and right can move at different speeds. This person, as you can see, is wearing a prosthetic leg. It's also a Vicon system. You can see on the left, there's a camera. You put reflective markers. There's a reflective marker on the person's right shoulder. It's very difficult to see. And you can get a skeleton from the Vicon system. So we want to know, based on the way they're moving, the way they're walking, and their heart rate variability, their respiration rate, their galvanic skin response, can we determine their stress levels? Why would you want to do that? Well, right now somebody has PTSD or mild traumatic brain injury. Just like any other injury, you want to challenge them. Okay, we're trying to induce plasticity in the brain to lead to recovery, healing. So your target treatment zone is, we want to stress them, but not too much. If they're underexposed or under challenged, then we're wasting everybody's time. And if they're overexposed or over challenged, then you can actually re-injure them, and it's a major setback to their recovery. So you put them into one of these simulations, and we want to be able to, in real time, have a sense for what is their sympathetic autonomic nervous system operating at right now. So if you are going to look at somebody's sympathetic autonomic nervous system, then there's all sorts of indicators. Their heart rate variability is an indicator, breathing rate variability, pupil dilation, pressure, sweating, galvanic skin response. How are they moving? Okay, it was described to me when we started this study that somebody who's kind of heading into crisis, they are overstimulated, they're breaking down, they start to walk like a cat on a sticky floor. So imagine a cat walking across a sticky floor where they're lifting their paws very intentionally. So just based on the way they're walking, our expert clinicians who are in the room with the patient, they can guess their stress level. We want to try to do that using the machine learning tool in real time, such that we could deploy this into other centers where maybe they don't have world expert clinicians who are perfectly trained on estimating stress. Maybe this could be used in some kind of biofeedback. Somebody could go home with this, and as they're doing exercises at home, the system could try to estimate their stress level and give them suggestions for, like, well, that's probably it for today. We need to roll that back. So that's our goal. And again, the data, it's a very data-rich environment. It's called the CAREN, the Computer-Assisted Rehabilitation Environment. And as I've discussed, there's the force sensing treadmill. It's a split treadmill. There's pressure sensors under each half. Your multi-axis tilting platform. The screen wraps 180 degrees around everybody. There's a projected 3D world. Maybe that's walking through a field or a forest, or maybe it's walking through a moving train. They explained one person with PTSD, they're walking down this train, and outside the windows of the train, there's cars, just randomly generated cars. And the person's doing great, they're doing great, they're doing great. And all of a sudden, a white van passes the train. And as soon as the white van passed the train, the person had like freaked out, just major episode. And they were able to tie that back to some event in that person had experienced in their past, that, oh, okay, now we better understand their triggers, and now we can help them deal with how to modulate their response to those triggers in the future. So that's the purpose there. What else? Motion analysis. This comes from the Vicon system, the reflectors and the IR cameras. You have a wearable biopatch that goes right on the sternum, and it measures heart rate variability, respiration rate. There's also an accelerometer, so we know if the person's moving or not. We can get from the ECG, you can get their R interval, and from that you can get their heart rate and their heart rate variability. First, we collect data. So there you get your ECG, your respiration rate, the Vicon system, motion. We put it all into a database. And along with that, since this is a supervised machine learning problem, we also have to know the answer. So this is the person's physiologic data. And at that time, their stress level was on a rating of 5, it was a 2. 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, and then they stopped. Okay, the clinician in the room pulled the plug and said, we're not going above 4. So we have the clinician in the room at the same time who is providing gold standard annotations of their stress level. So this required both machine learning. Okay, the next step is we're going to take these data from our database, we're going to put it into some kind of deep neural network or an LSTM model. You're going to estimate stress level and then compare that to the gold standard data. The model says, I think this is a 3, and the clinician says, you're right, I was there in the room and it was a 3. Wow, you're doing great. Or the model says, oh, this person's a 1, and the clinician says, no, 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 that person just suffered a major episode. So the gold standard data comes from a custom app on a tablet. So since it's a very busy room and the clinician is already taking care of the patient, we couldn't overburden them to have them fill out questionnaires while their patient is receiving therapy. So we built an app that would just very quickly allow the clinician to record 6 different types of symptoms. Okay, are they stumbling? Has their sweating changed? Are they no longer responding to verbal prompts? Because they're talking to their patient all the time, as you can imagine. How are you doing? How are you feeling? What are you feeling right now? So anyway, we were able to capture all those symptoms and then quantify those into gold standard SANS levels. And ultimately, we would deploy such a system for the purpose of training other clinicians, having an emergency stop. If we predict that the patient's about to have a major setback, then we could stop. And if you want more information, there's a website, sans.ca. Okay, switching gears. This is also a machine learning project, some computer vision in here, some time series analysis. So again, we have the pressure sensitive mat. This is the data that comes out of the PSM. That is the contact pressure at the back of the head. With a neonate, something like 50% of their body mass is in their head. So there's a very high pressure area right in the back of the head. This is kind of the hips down here, and then thorax. That data, I'm showing you static data, but you can imagine that it's a movie. It changes over time. As the baby breathes, the contact pressure actually fluctuates. As the chest rises and falls, they're very, very gently, they're bouncing on the mattress. And this pressure sensitive mat from a company in Calgary called X Sensor, this pressure sensitive mat is so sensitive that we can actually detect the bouncing of the chest for respiration rate. For adults, they've shown that PSM is even able to pull out heart rate. Imagine that the heart bouncing around inside your rib cage can be picked up by the pressure sensitive mat you're lying on. So that's PSM data. And then on the right, as I mentioned, you have color, near infrared, and depth. This is showing, if I can make it play, motion. Okay, so as the patient moves around, you're seeing large vectors. You get some vectors which are irrelevant, like the blankets moving, but this is going to help. From video, can we tell when the patient is moving, where is the patient, and are they moving, and which part of them is moving? We want to know which part of them is moving because if there's a sensor on the patient's right wrist, like a blood oxygen saturation sensor on the right wrist, and they are shaking their right hand like crazy, and the sensor, there's a lot of electrode skin interface noise there. So all of a sudden the patient monitor is trying to alarm to say, wow, this person, their blood oxygen's gone off the scale. Well, if we knew that they were moving that sensor at that time, we might say, you know what, let's just hold off. Why don't you pause for 10 seconds? Don't alarm yet. Don't call the nurse yet, just for 10 seconds. Let's let the motion stop. And once the motion stopped, if it's still telling you that the blood oxygen is off the charts, by all means, fire the alarm. But if it self-resolves after the motion, then we can save the nurse some time, right? False alarms cost the nursing staff and the clinical staff. They become desensitized to alarms. It's a problem. This is showing the application of a convolutional neural net, which is a deep network, which then feeds into an LSTM model, long short-term memory model, which is another, you can consider it to be a deep network that operates through time. So the CNN does feature extraction, and what's being illustrated here, these are the features that are being extracted, and you can tell they're getting more and more abstract as we move deeper and deeper through the network. So here we're at level 7 in the network, level 8 in the network. As you go deeper and deeper into the network, the features become more and more abstract. And then out of that CNN model comes some time series. So it's saying this feature over time, when I look at each frame in the video over time, it's doing this. So here's the video. Use the CNN to extract features. These are features from the first convolutional layer, the fifth convolutional layer, all the way through. And then what we're trying to determine is whether the patient is moving or not. So you do this feature extraction, put it into an LSTM model that does the time series analysis, and out comes, yes, the patient is moving, or no, the patient is not. I have a couple slides here just to motivate why is it important to do continuous patient monitoring. So it used to be that the nurse would pop their head into the room every half hour, and they check on the patient. And but at 7 o'clock, it was 70 beats per minute. Then it was 68, 68, 71, 70. Looks good. Okay. And a healthy patient actually continuously, you would see, yes, it was 70 there, but between this, it went up to 71, it went down to 65, it went up to 60, 70. That is a healthy patient. Healthy people, their heart rate varies. Their heart rate variability is high. Okay? My heart rate changes all the time. And you would only know if your heart rate is changing if you're able to measure it continuously on a second by second basis. Okay, that's healthy. If you see this, same data, but now there's no heart rate variability. Their heart rate is just flatline. It's a good, healthy heart rate. It's 70. That's great, but it's always 70. Never changes. That's actually a very bad sign. That could be a patient entering sepsis or a full body blood infection. So continuous patient monitoring is vital. That's why we need to get more and more computing systems into the patient's room. Okay, so I'm looking at the clock, and I think we have time just to wrap up. So it's 3:20, got a few minutes left. This is not biomedical informatics, but I wanted to show you anyway. It's kind of neat. What we're trying to do here is work with Natural Resource Canada and try to use deep learning for doing critical infrastructure resilience. And Natural Resource Canada is interested in many different aspects of critical infrastructure, the electrical grid, pipelines, dams, hydroelectric dams, nuclear power generation facilities, trains, the big infrastructure items in Canada. So we focused here on electrical infrastructure. And we have this plan where, okay, you have autonomous vehicles that are driving around the streets. So we already have some vehicles that are capable of full autonomy. You've seen all the videos of self-driving cars. But we also have many vehicles on the road already that are loaded with sensors. I'm sure many of you have cars at home that will alert you. They have forward-facing radar, for example, where if you get too close to the car in front of you, it starts to beep. Maybe it'll even apply the brakes automatically. This is like semi-autonomous vehicles. So you have these vehicles, they're driving around and they're covered in sensors. And most of the sensors are being used just to keep the car on the road. But could those same sensors not also be used to survey the environment for useful purposes? In this case, what if it's driving down the road and in addition to, yes, this car in front of me, stay a fixed distance from that, but these computers are very powerful. They could be thinking about other things at the same time. Maybe they could also track vegetation on the right, the road surface, and power poles. And if you were to see a power pole that is leaning too much, you have a GPS, why don't you just flag that? You send that right to Hydro Ontario and say, there's a pole at these GPS coordinates that's leaning at more than 10 degrees. You should check on that before the next ice storm, right? Before it's going to fall down. Or maybe you see a power line and there's a tree that's hanging on it or branches that are approaching it. If we could tell that automatically and submit those reports, then we could avoid such problems. So in order to train and test our system, since we couldn't convince NSERC to buy us an autonomous vehicle and that we're going to drive all over Canada and collect our own data, we went to Google Street View. Google Street View, they already have instrumented vehicles and they have driven all over Canada. So this is Google Street View for the Toronto area. We decided that we would sample Google Street View images in a regular grid across the entire city, and then use those images to train and test our computer vision system to try to detect power lines, power poles, trees, roads, cars, etc. So that's Toronto. We built this system and it works for Toronto. Well, that same system can be deployed to any location in the world. We can now build these representative image data sets based on Google Street View for Africa, Central America, Northern Canada, Asia, California. Okay, and all of a sudden there's these really interesting questions. We've seen studies come out where people can guess which way a neighborhood is going to vote. Are they going to vote Republican or Democrat just based on Google Street View images? You look at the cars in the driveways, and if there's more SUVs, it's going to go Republican. If there's more minivans, it's going to go Democrat. I'm oversimplifying it, but Google Street View data and this type of data can be used for all sorts of interesting questions. So this is the systematic Street View sampler that's come out of my lab. So Kevin Dick, Yasmina Sulidoso, and Francois Cherry have all worked on this. And it's a way of just generating these representative data sets. Okay, and then that's the output. And then we use deep learning. Again, here we manually annotated where are the power poles in each image, where are the power lines in each image. That becomes our training data. And then this is our deep learning model trying to guess in the image where is the power infrastructure. And you can see it's doing fairly well. It's not perfect, but it's doing fairly well. We'll keep working on that. So that is it. I have used all the time to ensure that there will be no questions. No, that's a joke. I'm happy to stay on if there are any questions, but I think we've hit our time and I managed to get through all the material. So thank you again for joining me on a Saturday. I know there's lots of fun things to do out there. I appreciate your interest in our research and my giving me the opportunity to talk about it.
Great. So thank you again, Professor Green, for your wonderful presentation and all the demos you've provided. So although we have sort of hit our time limit, we can extend it a little bit to open the floor up for any questions that the participants might have. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to send them into the chat or send them to us directly. And I think to sort of kick off the question section, the first question that we have is, what kind of obstacles have you run into during your research?
Yeah, so let's see. The issue of class imbalance and rare event prediction has come up over and over and over in my research. I ignored it the first couple times I found it. I just ignored it and took the easy way out. And then I started to realize that most interesting problems are rare. And that's where we stopped the lab and pivoted and really focused on developing techniques and methodologies to tackle that type of problem. And now that's been useful into the future. The other major obstacle I would say is the availability of data. And that's where I found interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary research is so valuable. That if I'm a computer scientist or a computer engineer working alone, there's only so much I can do. But when I pair up with clinicians or with molecular biologists, then all of a sudden we combine our expertise and they can provide the data and the validation and define the problems. And I can provide them the methodology and the high performance computing and the evaluation. And all of a sudden we're solving real world problems and making change, achieving change. So that's the other one.
Thank you. So I guess the last question we have sent to us as of right now is, what kind of advice do you have for students going into this field?
What kind of advice? So one piece of advice I give to people who are interested in interdisciplinary research. So if you're interested in bioinformatics, for example, is that be good at something, okay? Be an expert at something. So for me, I'm good at software engineering. I'm good at machine learning. I know a lot about machine learning. I know enough about the way that the body works or the way that cells work that I can talk to a molecular biologist, that I can work with a surgeon at CHIO to refine their laparoscopic surgery simulator. But I'm the computer engineer. They're the surgeon. They're the molecular biologist. Okay. If you're going to focus on interdisciplinary research, it can become disheartening because you will never know it all. There's no way that you can know everything there is to know about both your field of application and also the tools that you're going to apply. So take heart, be good at something, be an expert at something, and then find interesting and capable people to work with that are complementary to you. And that's my advice.
Okay, so if we don't have any more questions from the chat, I think we should move on to the workshop. So thank you, Professor Green, for coming and helping us understand these concepts. Why don't we give a round of virtual applause, and now we'll take a quick 5-minute break. So we're going to be moving everyone into the waiting room, and we're going to come back at around 3:35. So see you guys soon.
Terrific. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your event.
Thank you so much. Have a
Thank
great
you
day.
for coming.
Thanks.
All right. So yeah, I guess we'll just get started with our workshop. Hi, everyone. My name is Rohan, and I am the co-president of PTC Ottawa and an upcoming first year at the University of Waterloo for software engineering. Today, I'll just be going over one of the workshops that our team helped make. It's a Chrome extension workshop. So first, what it means to actually have a Chrome extension workshop is we will be teaching you how to create your own Chrome extension and how to program your Chrome extension to do certain things as well. So feel free to ask questions at any point during your presentation or during the workshop, and feel free to turn your mic on as well and ask any questions verbally also. And I will be sharing my screen, but I might turn off my camera during the workshop because my laptop isn't very fond of me having both my camera on and screen share at the same time. So just be, I guess, warned about that. So just to begin, I want to introduce what exactly a Chrome extension is. So I'm sure a lot of you already know what a Chrome extension is. It's basically a program that can be installed to Chrome, and it changes your browser's functionality. What this means is that it can interact with your browser or certain web pages in order to do something. A prime example of this is something like AdBlock. It interacts with every single web page you go to, and it stops ads from showing up, exactly how it sounds. And how they work is they basically open a mini tab where I'll explain this in further depth a bit later, but it opens a new web page in your browser in your browser. And this web page has the power to change what your browser looks like and how your web pages look as well. So next, I will be sharing my screen, and we will be going over the basics of what you need to actually make your Chrome extension and how you can do that as well. And so first, I'll turn off my video. Okay, I hope all of you have Chrome. Otherwise, it would be slightly awkward. So first, you want to go to extensions. You can do that by either typing in extensions in the help menu, or if you have this puzzle piece on your, if you have this puzzle piece over here at the side of your browser, you can click Manage Extensions over here, and you will be able to access the extensions page on your browser. From here, you want to turn on developer mode. So if you go over here, you can see this button for developer mode, and it will show a few extra buttons that you can use for your Chrome extensions. And what they basically mean right now isn't as important. I will be going over specifically what a load unpacked means in a little bit. But first, we want to do the very basics of how we make our extension. So the first thing you need to do is make a folder name with your project. So I will title my project, let's say PTC demo. So that is the name of what my Chrome extension is going to be. And that is, if you can name it whatever you like, demo, something else, it doesn't really matter. Next, you want to open a text editor. So a text editor is anything you can use that will be able to let you create files or text files. And The files you need to create are JSON files, JavaScript files, and HTML files. I'll be going over a little bit more in depth about what those files actually are and what they mean at a later date. And if you don't have a text editor on your laptop, you can also go to Chrome or any other web browser and just search up JSON file editor, like right then, and then choose the first link. This will work perfectly fine as well. It is useful to have your to have like a web or like some sort of application that allows you to do it without going to the web. But if you don't have that at this moment, it's still all right. So the one I have is brackets. And so I'll first be opening that. Next, I'm going to be creating a new file. Oh, let me just delete this first. So next, I am going to be creating a new file over here. And I want to first type some code in my file. So what this file is it's a JSON file. A JSON file is basically a file that has a bunch of instructions and details for your project. Chrome is able to look at this file and see all the instructions that you have. And from there, it's able to interpret specific things that you want from your extension. So for example, let's say that in my instructions, I have something that says what the name of the project is. Chrome will be able to traverse the file and find what we wanted to name our instructions, or we wanted to name our extension. And that way it'll know what the name of our project actually is. So how we do that is we first create some brackets, and then we have quotation marks, and we just put name over here and colon, oops, colon. So I'll just type in mine first extension, exclamation mark. And from here, we need a comma. Be careful, like any programming language, the specifics of what you do are very important. So like the semicolons, the commas, other stuff like that, they're all very important, and it will mess up if you do not have those. Next, we want description. So for the description, I'll just put make your first extension, and then exclamation mark, something like that. And next, you want version. So for version, let's just say our version is 1.0 because this is the first one that we're making. You can put any number you want here. You can even put like 15, but 1.0 is the most simple. So the next one is manifest version. So I will explain this in a little bit once we actually put this file onto Chrome itself. But what we want to put for manifest version is 3, just like that. And also note that you don't have a comma on the very last line of your JSON file, because this file, if you have a comma there, it will mess up as well. So next we want to save this. And then if I go to my desktop, I'll save it in here as, and the title for this file is very important. So you want to name it manifest.json. And this is very important as well. So you need to name it exactly that. So next I'll save my file over here, and you'll see it just colored the text. So good, that's basically the basics of your Chrome extension. And if you want, you can basically end here. You've pretty much made your first extension. What we do now is we go back to Chrome and we go to load unpacked. So once we go here, we will go to PTC demo and then select the whole folder. From there, we will go over here and it will load our extension. And there we have it. That is basically the basics of how we made our first Chrome extension. So first I'll take a little break to see if there's any questions in the chat. Should I go back to the text editor for just a second? For sure. Is that all right, Emma? Oh, sorry, I didn't share my screen. Sorry about that. Okay, so is that all right? Okay, cool. So now we kind of have the basics of our extension done. And now I want to kind of explain what a manifest version is. So like I said, we titled this file manifest.json, and manifest is the Chrome's way of saying the basics and the foundation of your extension. Manifest is basically the backbone of everything we'll be creating. And every time we have to write a new file or change anything in our file, we will need to change the manifest version as well. And the reason why there's different versions of this specific, we need to be changing the manifest file, pardon me. And the reason why there's different versions for this, for manifest is because Chrome had different iterations of how it reads your instructions file. So, and let's say the first time you want your descriptions first. So let's say the first instance that Chrome made manifest, it needed to do the description first, otherwise it wouldn't work. In this version, you need the name first and the description. Actually, in actuality, the order doesn't matter. It's just a colloquial way of showing why this version matters. And the one that we will be using is manifest version 3 because that's the latest. So like I said, now so we should see the extension in Chrome, but it doesn't actually do anything. It's another way, basically what I'm trying to say is this extension is empty. You don't have any use behind this extension. What we need to do is add some functionality behind it. So first thing we should do is create some more files. I will, so the first file we want to create is something called background.js. I will explain what this file is in a little bit, but what you need to know is that this is a JavaScript file. And what we should type here is console.log running. I will explain what this is as well, so don't fret too much. We just the most important part is to save this as, over here, we want to save this as background.js. All right. So now, and if you see any of these problems over here, don't worry too much about them. If there are any real problems, I will show you what it does say in Chrome itself. So if you have any problems in your editor itself, don't worry too much. So this will, so what the background file means is that it runs in the background of Chrome itself. So if we go over here and reload our extension, this is how we update our extension, by the way. We'll see that nothing changed. So it's a little anticlimactic, but the reason why nothing changed is because we haven't registered it in our instructions. So Chrome doesn't even know that this file that we made is there. So we need to find a way to tell Chrome that we have a background.js file. And the way we do this is we go back to our manifest file, and then we have to add more lines of code that tells it that we have this other file and it says, oh, we need to add this file into the extension. So the first thing that we should do is put a comma here because it will mess up if we don't put a comma. And next we have background, like that. This is basically telling Chrome that what files we have in the background of the browser. Next, we want to say service worker. And background, we need to put the name of our file, .js. All right. Oh yeah, sorry, there should be a colon over here. And there's no comma over here either. Like I said, it's very particular about how you write your code. So even if you mess up a little bit, it will mess up the entire thing. So good, we've registered our background file, and I'll explain what a service worker means in a bit more depth later. And I'll also explain what background.js is a little bit more. So the first thing we need to do is go back to Chrome and reload our extension. And if you do that, you should see this line over here that says service worker. So I'll first take a break to see if there's any questions in the chat. Is everyone all right as of this moment with the code? And do you guys see the service worker over here? Oops. Could I go back to the code? Yep. If you want to go back to background.js, it's only like one thing here. And for running, you can put whatever you want. So I'll go back over here. So is everything good, Jade? Okay, cool. Don't worry too much because I will be sending you the files afterwards, but it is good to stay on track as of this moment. So let's reload this and click the service worker. This is a new tab. Oops, I will move this over here. Sorry, I just have two monitors running, so it's going to be a little annoying to switch between them. But when I do open the background or the service worker file, we'll see the code that we wrote over here. So it says running, which is the text file, the text I put over here. So if I was to change this to, let's say, PTC Chrome extension demo, and I save this and I reload my file, click service worker again, you'll see that it changed as well. It says PTC Chrome extension demo. So this means that our file is working, which is good. So first I'll explain what a background page is. So a background.js file is a file that runs in the background of your browser. So there's multiple different types of files in terms of for the Chrome extension, but the background.js file runs in terms of your whole browser. So when I have this file over here, it has access to everything of the browser. So let's say that I have specific things in my, like specific features that encompass my entire browser. Like let's say the color of my Chrome extension, or the color of Chrome, which at this moment is white and gray. This happens in the background of my entire browser instead of just on a single web page. And this background.js file has access to everything that's happening in the background of my browser. This could be my internet connection, the color of the color of the browser, or how many web pages can run at the same time, how much time I can spend on it. All of these different things are happening in the background. And this specific file has access to all of those metrics, and we can use that in order to do different things. So that's good. The next thing we need to do is create a content file, a content.js file. So a content.js file works on a single web page as opposed to the entire browser. So first let's create this file, and then I'll explain a little bit more in depth about what it actually does. So what we want to do is write the same line of code again, console.log running. And then I will save this file as content.js. Okay, so I hope that's good for you guys. So first I will be, okay. So like I said, this file runs on a single web page instead of your entire browser. So the first thing we need to do is register this file in our manifest. Otherwise, we're going to get the same error as we did earlier. So the way to do that is put content scripts over here. So this just tells Chrome what scripts we have running in the background of our browser. So you should follow what I have written down like this. I will spend a little bit more time on this because there is a little bit more code in terms, there's a little bit more in terms of code. And and this needs to be in, quotation marks as well. And don't forget your commas, because like I said, those are very important. So let's save this first. And then, I will go back to this code in a little bit. So first, let me reload my browser. So it reloaded fine. That means that there's no issues. And just to show how this works on the background of a web page, I'll just be going to any web page. So let's say I go to project.techconferences.com, which you can use to find all our upcoming conferences and events. So to check whether or not the content file is running properly, I have to go to, what do I have to go to? View, Developer Tools, and JavaScript console. And if I go to my console, you will see the text that we have at the beginning. So I said, for the text, I said running. And if I go over here, we'll see that this code is executed in the background of the web page. So I hope that makes a little bit of sense, and I will explain a little bit more what the difference between background and content is, because they may seem a little similar at the beginning. So a background file is one that works in the background of your browser, like I said, and a content file is a file a file that's executed on a single web page. And to illustrate this analogy, I'll be looking at two different types of extensions that I have on my computer. So if we go back to my extensions page, you'll see that I have an ad blocker and I have Windscribe, which is a VPN. I hope you guys know what a VPN is. It just changes the location of your browser in simple terms. So the ad blocker is an extension that runs on every single web page I go to, because on every single web page, there's a different amount of ads, and ads are not something that happens in your browser. They happen on a single web page. So what that means is that ad blocker uses the content script, which has access to the information on a single web page, in order to find how many ads there are and remove them from the web page. As opposed to ad blocker, the VPN I have accesses the whole browser itself, because no matter what website I'm on, the location of my browser is the same regardless. Like, no matter what, I'll always be in Ottawa, no matter what web page I visit. And that information is stored in the background of my browser. This VPN the VPN, which uses the background file, which has access to what's running in my entire browser, will be able to change this location for every single web page I visit, as opposed to ad blocker, where it has to look at every single web page, see how many ads are there, and block it like that. So what I'm trying to say with this analogy is the different ways that background and content scripts work. Background is in your browser and content is on your web page. So now that we have these figured out, what we have left is we need to create an actual way to access our extension. So let's say I go to my ad blocker right now. You will see that I'm able to access this little window over here that gives me options about what ads I have to block, and it gives me a settings as well. I should not have clicked that, but it has access to a bunch of different features of ad blocker that I can change and use, and I can activate on whatever web page I want. Right now, our Chrome extension does not do that. There is no way to access the Chrome extension at all, and there's no way to do anything with it because you can't interact with the extension itself. So the way we can change that is by adding what's called a pop-up file or a pop-up script. So what a pop-up is it creates this sort of interactable web page inside your browser. So for my ad blocker, it creates this small web page, and you'll see why I call it a web page in a little bit. But it creates this small web page inside my browser, which allows me to interact with everything else. So the way we have to do that is to create what's called a pop-up and a .html file. So you guys are probably getting sick of this right now, so I will just try to go quickly. Let's say what I want to do is create, I will probably be copying this code over from a different file because I don't think I have too much time to write it myself. So first thing we need to do is create an HTML file. I hope you guys don't mind me not typing out this code because we are going to be a little tight on time. And I will be deleting some of this as well right now. So don't worry too much as of right now about what everything means. Oh, what did it do? Okay. So I will get rid of this first, and yeah. So let me save this file first, and then I will explain it. So let's call this file popup.html and save it inside our folder called PTC demo. So popup.html is an HTML file that creates this sort of pop-up that we see over here. And what we want on our HTML file is to have a body and also, sorry, I'm just getting rid of some of the things we don't need right now. I will put these back in later, but I do want to explain them a little bit more before I put them in. So first, what do we have? We have our HTML file. We have something called style, and we have some text. this text says that it's the beginning of our first Chrome extension, and we have a button. So if I reload this file, if I save this file and reload my Chrome extension, we will see again that there's no difference because probably getting sick of this by this point, but we haven't actually added it to the manifest file. So let's go back over here and just add this quickly. So we want to do action first. Oops. Action colon brackets default underscore popup and put like that, and just register this our popup page.html file. Oops. Yep. So that should be good. So I will go back to that in a little bit. So if I go over here, we'll see that we actually have, that is not supposed to be there. Okay, I will fix that in just a second. But if you look at it, you'll see that we do have a pop-up now because we created that file and we registered it into our manifest file. So if you just want to look at this code and make your own pop-up, yeah, so I'll just take a minute to let you guys copy down the code. And does anyone have any questions as well? I haven't stopped for a little bit. Is everyone good? All right, I'll take that as a yes. So what we want to do now is, so we registered our pop-up file, but we still haven't created a popup.js. So let's just do that really quickly. You don't have to write anything here. Let's just do something like that and save as popup.js over on my desktop in PTC demo. So this file doesn't do anything, but it's there. And we're also able to reference it like this over here with this line of code that says the script that will be running in our HTML file. Okay, so now that we have those two things, we can reload our Chrome extension and we can still open this and we see that it's still a little messed up, but we do have the basics. Like we have this text over here, we have a button that that doesn't really do anything, but it's still there, right? What we want to do is first add some design to our entire Chrome extension that sets the boundaries for this, basically this little square. Like you see over here for this ad blocker, it sets a definite amount of space based off the size of the ad blocker. For our Chrome extension, it doesn't do any of that yet. So we first want to do that. And the way we can do that is using this little style, section. What style actually does is it adds some CSS to our HTML file. And I don't know if we'll have time to cover it in this workshop, but we will touch on that a little bit later, hopefully. So what we want to do is first add some styling to our extension. So the most important thing is to set the width. So I'll set my width to 300 pixels. We need semicolons here. And I'll set the height to 200 pixels. And I also want to set the font to, what's a good font? Let's do sans serif. And the font size to 13 pixels. All right, that's cool. Now, we can also design the button, but I will save that for another time. So if we save this file and we reload our extension, you'll see that we now have a definite amount of space over here, right? And this is because we set this amount of space because with this little bit of CSS that we used. So now we have our the body of our Chrome extension. And the last thing I want to do in this section is add some images to the browser or to the extension itself. You see over here, the ad blocker has this little stop sign with a hand, and it's registered over here as well. Like there's a stop sign with a hand. You'll notice that our extension, it just says F, which is somewhat lame, I guess. So we will want to fix that. And the way we can do that is the best way to do that is to download your own pictures or use the ones that are given to you by Chrome. So if everyone could just copy this, oops. If everyone could just go to this link, it's basically Chrome's giving you some photos you can use for your beginner Chrome extension. It'll download a zip file on your page. So if I put the zip file over here and I open it, it will give some images over there. I'll just move this in the trash quickly. These images we can move into our file PTC demo or whatever you've named your own file, and we will have these get started images. Now, the way we want to show these images is to put them back in our manifest file, which, like I said before, is our instructions. So the way we do this is we first have to do icons over here. Oh, I forgot my colon, not comma. Icons, brackets, 16, and images. We also have to put some instructions about how we can access these images, which is what these are. 16.png. And you'll see that if you open the images file, there's 4 different files with different dimensions of images. So there's 32 by 32, 16 by 16, 48 by 48. These files are important because Chrome, they just require these files. I'm not entirely sure of the reason, but I'm pretty sure it's because everyone's, depending on how big your screen is, it runs on a different size. There's like different sizes or something like that, which is why it requires multiple different sizes of icons. Otherwise, it'll look really blurry depending on which screen or depending on who is accessing it. That is just my 2 cents. I'm not actually sure what the reason is. But yeah, so let's reload this once more. Oop. Looks like I'm getting an error. Icons. Oh, it's because I put an extra comma over here. So let me reload this again. And you'll see that it loaded an image. So that is it for the first half of our workshop. And the second half of the workshop, what we did basically in this first half is make our extension and make the guidelines on how we make our extension. So oh, oops, that was an accident. We've went over how to create the different files, what the different files do, what they mean, what they are. And this is basically the most basic Chrome extension you will ever make. There's nothing on it. It doesn't do anything, but it's there, and all of the structure is there as well. So first, before we move on to the second section, I will create a zip file of this demo, and just in case you weren't able to follow along completely and you still are interested, you can still join us for the second section of the workshop. And I will send this file in Zoom if I can. I hope everyone can see that. So before we begin the second section, does anyone have any questions or anything? Okay, good. I'll take that as a no. Unfortunately, we are running a little tight on time. So we will not be able to get to the HTML and the HTML section of this workshop, but I still do want to go over adding some more functionality to this Chrome extension. And so we will be moving on to the second section. So the second section is using JavaScript to complete tasks. So the first thing I want to do before we get started is to change our button. Our button is really ugly right now, and it doesn't actually have that much functionality. Like if I go back over here, it doesn't even show that it barely shows you're able to click it. Actually, on second thought, we won't be doing this right now because we don't have the time. But what we do need to do is create a div indicator. What this div indicator does is it creates a section of code that we can change. So what this, let's just put this over here. Okay. Div ID equals, you can give the ID any type of name you want. I will just calling it output1 because I am not creative when it comes to names. And let's go down here. And in order to finish this off, we need to put a /div over there. Oops. I'll get rid of this. And we can save our file. Now, this doesn't actually do anything, but what it does is it gives us a point that we can reference back to in our JavaScript file. And we'll see why this is important a little bit later on, but it basically gives us an anchor that we can refer to when we're writing more code in our popup.js file, which we will be covering next. So the first thing I want to show is what popup.js does. Popup.js is basically a JavaScript file that runs when you open your Chrome extension. So once I click this, it's the JavaScript that runs once this happens. And the easiest way to show what type of functionality it has is to write just a quick line of code that's like window.alert. Let's just say alerts or demo, sure. So if I save this file and I reload my extension and we go over here, you'll see that the second we click our Chrome extension, we get an alert that says demo. So that is basically to show what basically happens with our popup.js file. It's basically a JavaScript file that runs once we open our Chrome extension. So this isn't entirely useful because it still doesn't do anything, and it's also really inconvenient. We don't want to get an alert the second we open our Chrome extension. It's just really inconvenient, and it's not practical for any type of usage at all. And also, our button here is still useless. We can keep clicking this, but nothing actually happens. And that is because we still haven't assigned any type of use to it. And the first thing I want to go through actually, we'll go through that next. No, we won't. Sorry. The first thing we need to discuss is the idea of an API. So I'm not sure if anyone knows what an API is, but an API is an application programming interface, and it's a connection between computers or computing programs. It's a type of software interaction that offers a service into other pieces of software. So what this means is that it gives you more functionality by referring to specific types of code that do specific things. So let's say I have a line of code here that's, I'm just going to write it in English, refer to Chrome API. And let's say when I write this line of code, this imaginary line of code, it goes to my browser and it gets information for how long I've been on Chrome. That is basically and it gives us that information that we can use in this file. That's basically what an API is. It takes our software and it sends a message to another piece of software and gets a response from that piece of software. And then we can use that response in order to get information about get information or use it in order to do something. And in order to register APIs for Chrome itself, we need to go back to our manifest file and we need to write a code that says permissions. And if we go over here, we can write these are all different APIs. And I don't think I have the time to talk about what these APIs do, but just trust me saying that we need them. And if we do have time at the end, I will go over what they do and their functionality as well. But for now, please just trust me when I write them here. I know that's not a very good explanation, but we don't really have that much time to cover it. Sorry about that. And so the first thing that we want to do is make sure that we want JavaScript to run when we click the button, because right now the button doesn't do anything. So what we should do first is do document dot get element by ID. So, and then this ID is this btn, which is, I will go over what that is in a little bit, and add event listener, click, and we can give this any name I want. I will just call it hello. So now there's this line of code here. We still don't know what it does, but I will explain it right now. So document.getElementID is basically, document first is a reference to our HTML file. So whenever we write document, it basically says, look at our HTML file and do something with that file. So document is a reference to HTML. and get element by ID, it basically says go to your HTML file and go to the element that has the ID btn, or button for short. So it goes to our HTML file and it goes to this element over here, our button, which has the ID btn, the same ID that we referenced to. And then we do something called adding an event listener. And our adding an event listener is basically our way of telling our code to wait for something to happen in order to do something else. So when we added this event listener, what we want to do is we want to wait for a click to happen. And this click will happen at the element with the ID button. So basically what this means is that once the button is clicked, let's do something with our code. Does that make sense as of right now? Is everyone okay with that? I will take that as a yes. And over here, what this is, hello, it's basically a function. So a function is a self-contained module of code that accomplishes a specific task. Usually functions take in a certain type of data, process it, and return a result. Once a function is written, it can be used over and over again. And this is what we call calling a function. So right now we don't actually have that function written, but let's make this function called, let's say function hello. These are basically our parameters. It says that we don't need any type of input. It just gives a certain type of output. And let's make this function do something as well. So we did this alert by demo earlier. So let's get rid of this over here and go down and put it over here instead. So now let's just go over this really quickly. It says go to our HTML, find the element with the ID button, which is our button. And then once that button is clicked, let's execute this function hello. And once this that function hello gives an alert in the window called alert in the window. So that is basically explaining it in terms of logistically. Let's see how it works practically. So first, let's reload our file. And oh, okay, so we opened our Chrome extension and there is no type of warning or anything yet. So now let's click this button. And once we click the button, we get an alert that says demo, which is exactly what we wanted. So good, we already did that part, which is great. However, this is still pretty bad, to be honest, because why would I want to get an alert like this? It's really annoying. It gets in the way of everything I'm trying to read. You can't really, it's really unpractical. I can't interact with it that well. So let's, instead of doing that, change everything in here to represent the text over here. So what I want is to change my entire extension to say demo instead of making a window with the alert. So how we can do that is similar to, it's similar to this over here. So let's say it's similar to what we did over here. We added an event listener for something to happen, or we had to get an element by the ID button. So instead, let's do something else now. So let's go documents.get element by ID. And instead of having the element button, let's do the element output 1. And I will go back to, so if we go back to our HTML file, we'll see that it references the div we made before, or like this class. So that means it will change everything inside this class in order to fit our, it'll change everything inside this class in order to do whatever we want. So let's say we have this, we have something by the ID of output 1. So now let's change the HTML of that output 1 in order to say a message. So our message will be alert. So now let's reload this, reload our file. Let's go to our extension, we click it, and oh, would you look at that? It changed the button and the text in order to say a message, which is exactly what we wanted. It's a lot less obnoxious than the window alerts, and it's a lot easier to see for anyone who's using our Chrome extension. Also, if you're wondering what these are, this is probably just an error from when I copy pasted the code earlier. If you did not do that, you shouldn't have this error right now. And I don't really have the time to go over it and change it, so I hope it's all right if I just leave it there. So now let's go on. So now we understand popup.js a little bit better. It's a JavaScript file that runs on this on our popup, which is exactly what it says. But we still don't have that much functionality behind what we want to do for the workshop. So how about let's do something that takes all the text from an article and summarizes it into our Chrome extension. So let's just say I have this news article over here. This is from a while ago. It's about schools. So let's say I want to extract all the text over here and put it on my Chrome extension. So all this text over here, I want to see on my extension. How would I go about doing this? Well, the first thing we should do is look at the page itself. So just like our Chrome extension, all pages are written using HTML. And using some of the developer tools, if I go over here and click Inspect Elements, I can see what elements that this page is written with if I hover over like a section. So if I go over here, we'll see that this text, this is going to work. Okay. Give me a second. I will try this again. Okay, so let's say I hover over this section. You'll see that it's written with, there's this little P over here. This P over, there's the P at the top in purple. And if I go to this little block of text, there's another P over there. And you'll notice all of these different blocks of text, they all have this indication of a P at the top. So this basically says that all of the text in this browser is written in, it's all written in HTML, right? But all of the text that we want to put in our Chrome extension has this identification of a P, which stands for paragraph. It's not really that important, but what we need to know is that all of it they all have a P. And we can use that idea in order to get all the text from this website, because there's P's, all of the text has the identification, the ID P. So let's move forward with this idea. Knowing that it's on the web page itself, that means we have to use a content.js file. So the first thing we should do, similar to the previous case, is write first, let's say document.getID by elements by tag name. Tag name P. So what this will do now is it will get all the text with the tag name P and return it over and return it. Unfortunately, we're running out of time, so I'm going to need to speed this up a little bit more. I hope that's all right. What this basically returns is called an array, which is a collection of all these, which is a collection of different, it's basically a collection of strings or different type of elements. So what we get here is a collection of all the different text with the ID P, but we want to make that into a single line of text. So what we do is let's first assign a variable to our array that we got from the website. Let's let that variable be paragraph. Next, we want to put a blank string over here named sorry, I don't think I'll have that much time to explain this code because we are running really tight on time. So please trust me when I go forward with this. So for var I, this is an integer. And this is just a basic for loop that we can write. I is less than paragraph dot length. And it's basically saying that every time we'll go through every element in this array, and that's all it's saying. We'll go through every element in this array. So what this says now is we will take the text in every element in this array, and we will join it with the string other over here. Plus T. So now if we go over here and press console.log other. Sorry if I'm really sorry if this is unclear, but like I said, we really don't have that much time left in this workshop. So I will send the instructions a bit later on in order so that you can go and look at it yourself. But let's just roll with what I'm saying right now. So if we go to developer and we look at the JavaScript console, which is basically the same thing we did for the PTC webpage. And we scroll up, browser certified. Okay. It looks like we're getting an error here. I will just go over this really quickly. Oops. So I'm just going to take the code from the previous iterations that I made of this file, basically, because like I said, there's really not that much time left. Okay. So if I open this, okay, so I'm just going to copy paste this code. And let's reload our extensions once more. And this is basically what will happen if there's actually an error in your code. So that's why you don't have to listen to what it actually says in your compiler. So once we say do this, you'll see that all of the text that we wanted is sent, or it's logged in this console. So now we have all the text and we have our Chrome extension. What we need to do now is send the text, or we have our pop-up. What we need to do now is send this text over here into our pop-up. So how can we do that? This is where we need to make use of the APIs that Chrome has given us. So first, let's make this a function so that it's easier to use. Function get text over here. And we want to return a string with all the text. So we return the string other, or OTH, as I called it. Next, what we need to do is add a listener. So chrome.runtime on message add listener oops, I did not want to do that. Add listener got message. And then from there, we want to have a function called got message, which we refer to over here. I'm sorry, I'm just going to copy paste this so that I can at least explain what it is. So what this line of code basically says is wait for a message to be sent from popup.js to content.js. And once that message is sent, run this function got message. So once we go over here, got message says, once we get the message from popup.js, send the text in response. So this is a way where we can get a message from popup.js and get a response back that has all the text from the web page, which is exactly what we want to do. So now let's go back to popup.js over here. Popup.js, we need to find a way to send a message from popup.js to content.js so that we can get the response. So how should we do that? So the first thing that we should do is expand on our function. First, we need to do chrome.tabs.query, and we need to add a bunch of parameters for this. Sorry, I'm just going to take this from here. There will be more detailed instruction in the notes that I've written, which I will send after the workshop is finished. So if you're really interested in what this all means, you can check that out. I'll just explain this really quickly. A query is basically an inquiry. So it's basically how our file can send a message to another file. So when we say query, we want to send a message from popup.js to content.js, which is the first step in getting a response. So once we send this message, this is the parameters of our message, basically. So current window means it's active on the window that we open it in, and active means basically, should I actually do it? And yes, you want it to actually happen. And this is just another function that we create, and this function runs this line of code. And what we need now is we need another inquiry over here. So this inquiry over here says, okay, sorry. It says that when it basically has instructions on how to send the message. So this message, so it basically asks, how should we send this message? You should send this message you should send this message on the tab that is active. So we want to send the message so that our Chrome extension knows that we want the text from this tab, not this tab over here. So that is what this says over here. This type means that we want our response to be text, and then we run another function which does this. So this function returns a string, which is basically a text file, and we want to print that string. So like I said before, this line of text is what we can use in order to change the text in our pop-up in order to match a string. So that means that if we can change the text in order to so we can change the text in order to match the response we get from our content file. So now this it still will not work because I forgot to add a few different things over here. Now it should work. So let's reload our Chrome extension first, and hopefully, okay, there's no errors, so that's a good sign. And let's reload our tab. So now if we go to our extension, okay, I'll just let it load completely first. So we go to our extension and we click the button and we get all the text on the web page. So we were successful in what we wanted to do, and we got all the text from this web page into our Chrome extension. So that basically concludes the gist of of this workshop. There's still a few more things, a few more little things that I would like to cover, but unfortunately we don't have the time for that. So I hope this extension or this workshop was informative for you, and you were able to learn just a little bit more about what a Chrome extension is and how you can make your own. This is a really powerful baseline that you can use to make your own extensions. Obviously, what we did right here, a lot of different other people have done it already. It's not entirely special, but if, let's say, you're able to use this text in order to just pick out the keywords, that's something that maybe not a lot of people have done already, and it will add a lot of functionality to a user's preference in the browser. That's something that people would actually want, maybe. And that just goes to show how these Chrome extensions, although it's a simple concept, we can use them to do pretty cool things. And unfortunately, we weren't able to cover about the next part of our workshop, which was how we can design our pop-up slides. So how we can design this basically to make it look better, not just like blank, empty, just white. Unfortunately, we weren't able to do that, but if you are interested, please send us an email at, I'll send this in the chat a little bit later, at ottawa@projecttechconferences.com. And we will be able to, we can send you the zip files and a bunch of other information about Chrome extensions. And I guess that's the last, if you do want this file, I will send a zip file in the chat if you're interested, just in case you want to expand on it and add your own stuff as well. And as for like all the API stuff I talked about, and I guess let's just go back to brackets. For a better explanation about what, let's go over here, for what this stuff means over here. If you search up Chrome extension documentation, Chrome extension API documentation. So let's just say I search this up, extension API documentation. All of this will give you a good explanation about what those actually mean, like what this actually means, what a query actually is. I don't think I did a really great job explaining that just now, but I hope you can use these types of sources in order to get a better explanation about that and hopefully make your own Chrome extensions as well. So yeah, that pretty much concludes today's workshops. If anyone has any questions, I can answer them. We can answer them quickly. Otherwise, we will move on to our closing. All right, so I'll take that as a no. And I'll hand it over to Shreya in order to start our closing.
Thank you. Thank you, Rohan. We hope that workshop was entertaining and insightful. As we wrap up this final session of the day, on behalf of the PTC Ottawa team, we just wanted to thank all of you for taking some time out of your day to come and learn about AI with us. Hopefully, everyone here was able to learn something new from all of our wonderful guests, including Rohan.
And as promised, we'll share all the details for the workshop after the conference. So technology is constantly growing and innovating, as we all know, and it may seem like a challenging field to enter, but we hope that you can use the knowledge that you learned today to pursue the career that you want to follow. Once again, we'd like to thank all the various guests that came out, including Rohan, that presented their expertise, as well as we'd also like to thank all of you guys for coming out. Do we have more sessions on this? Perhaps in the future, we might run a follow-up Chrome extension workshop to fill in all the details if you guys would be interested in that. And we'll keep you guys posted. Make sure to check out the Project Tech Conference's website if you guys are interested in stuff like that. And yeah, hopefully we'll be able to run a follow-up workshop to fill in all the gaps. So once again, we'd like to thank all of you guys for coming out, for your participation and cooperation throughout this conference. And we really hope that you guys enjoyed it. Finally, as we are still in the midst of the pandemic, even though vaccines are coming out, we'd like to advise everyone to stay safe, and we hope to see you again in future events. And that's all we have for today. So thank you guys for coming, and see you later.